December 11th. We have a very full agenda tonight, so we're going to try to keep things moving. So if I cut anyone off or hurry you along, it's no offense. We just have a lot of business to get to tonight. So with that, the first item is the roll call.
Commissioner Cardoza.
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Keller.
Here.
Commissioner Coomer.
So that's fine. We'll do that. Maybe if we take a break at some point, we'll do it right before that. Or right after that, yeah. So the next item is the director's report.
Okay, well, first let me tell you what the City Council has done since your last meeting. Of course, your last meeting was on October 30th. Normally, there would have been 3 council meetings since then. However, the November 4th council meeting was canceled because of the election. So there were 2 meetings, one on November 18th and one on December 2nd. At the November 18th meeting, the council approved the plans and specifications for the proposed skate spot at Joseph Emery Park, which is sort of like a skateboard park, but except that it's integrated within the existing park. The council adopted the 2015 to 2023 housing element, and it has now been submitted to the state for certification, which is expected to happen soon. I think they have 60 days, but we hope they will do it sooner than that. The council also unanimously denied a request from the school district for Saturday and Sunday work on the Center for Community Life project from now until June of 2016 in deference to neighbors who protested that. The council told the school district to come back when they had specific work requests that they wanted to propose, as opposed to a blanket approval, which this would have been. The council also voted to install experimental level 4 traffic calming measures on the Horton Street Bicycle Boulevard. Level 4 means chokers and chicanes and other physical measures to slow traffic, but not full diverters, which are considered level 5. At the December 2nd meeting, the council certified the results of the November 4th election, including the passage of measures U and V and the election of Scott Donahue and Diane Martinez to the City Council. Council members West and Brinkman were presented with resolutions of recognition, and they both made leaving office remarks. Council members Donahue and Martinez were then sworn in. Ruth Atkin was elected mayor, and Nora Davis was elected vice mayor for 2015, and they were both sworn in. The council approved a finding of public convenience or necessity for the 59th and Pelledu Bar, which is a requirement of the State Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control for their liquor license. As you may recall, a conditional use permit for this bar was approved by the commission at your last meeting on October 30th. So they're now good to go, having received this finding from the City Council. And in other news, I previously emailed this to you, but just to repeat it and for the benefit of the listening audience, a revised notice of preparation has been issued for the Sherwin-Williams Project Environmental Impact Report. The comment period on that has now been extended from 30 days to 45 days, and it now ends on Friday, January 30th. The scoping meeting has been rescheduled from Thursday, December 18th to Tuesday, January 27th here in the council chambers starting at 6:30 p.m. And just to underscore, both of these, the notice of preparation and the scoping meeting, are about the EIR, about what topics should be covered in the EIR, including what alternatives to the project should be considered. It is not about the merits of the project itself. That will come later. And finally, I just wanted to alert you that a new developer, Anton Development Company, is now in contract to develop the Nady site and has filed an application with us. The design is exactly the same as proposed by Avalon. Mr. Nady, as part of his deal with Avalon, was that he got to keep the plans. He got to own the plans that were prepared by Avalon, so he has now transferred those plans to Anton Development. So the design is exactly the same, the architect is the same, the only difference is the name of the developer on the plans. So in light of that, we're not planning on scheduling any further study sessions on the project since you've already had 2. The initial study mitigated negative declaration will be recirculated for public review in the coming weeks, and we expect to bring the project to you for your consideration for approval in the early spring. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? All right, then we will move along to the next item, which is disclosure of conflicts of interest and ex parte communications. So this is a time for any commissioners to disclose any conflicts of interest, which would require them to recuse themselves for any of the future items on our agenda, or any ex parte communications that you've had related to a project. So is there anything?
I'll be recusing myself on the study sessions A and B because of my proximity, living proximity to the properties. And I also did meet as a private citizen with the developer of the public market, since I can't represent the commission on that item.
I met with the applicant for the public market as well.
As did I.
As did I, and I also will be recusing myself of the Doyle Street lofts hearing because of proximity of my home to those.
Does that give us enough votes then?
Oh, yes. We only have one commissioner recusing on each item, if that.
All right, then we will move along to our public hearings tonight. So the first one is the Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland Transit Study.
Diana?
Sorry. Try that again. So this is the final report on the Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland Transit Study, where we're looking at transit in Emeryville, West Berkeley, and West Oakland to connect the area to itself and to regional destinations in transit. We want this to be a place where you don't need a car, where you can get to jobs, schools, and recreation, where there's transit for future job growth and improvements in access, reliability, and frequency, and better long-term mobility. Our consultant is CDM Smith. We have an FTA grant, and we're working with the cities and the transit agencies and the counties and the chambers of commerce and some housing and disabled access people. So our short-term recommendations in the next 1 to 5 years are, and this is new, this draft, create a West Oakland shuttle from BART to Emeryville and increase West Berkeley shuttle services to Amtrak and North. To make modifications to AC Transit's potential route restructuring. If they're going to put a new 48 from the public market up to Dwight Shattuck, they may as well take it up to UC Berkeley. And if they're going to have a Route 49 from Ashby BART, they could take it to Gilman, where they need some service up there. We propose to improve the 40th shelters at San Pablo, and we would like you folks to require easy transit passes when there's new development, and to study demand response transit, a thing AC Transit is looking into called flex service. Our midterm proposal is an enhanced bus trunk line from University Village, that's kind of new to go up there, down through Emeryville, Berkeley and Emeryville, and down to West Oakland BART and over to Jack London Square. So this would be a bus with no diesel emissions and more frequent than has been tried on this route before, evenings and weekends, 5 stops per mile, level boarding, shelters with lighting and cameras, real-time arrival info, and marketing. And in the long term, we're talking 2035, we're proposing a streetcar from MacArthur BART into Emeryville and one into Oakland. And in case it's difficult to build on the bridges, we have an option to go up Hollis and down Horton. And this is where we had a comment that it would be nice to have it go on through the Sherwin-Williams site, which is between Horton and the railroad tracks. Our cost estimates, the enhanced trunk, the bus would cost about $12 million, and that's about $1 million a year because bus lasts 12 years, and operating and maintenance is about that same amount. The streetcars are shorter than the bus routes, so even though their per mile costs are bigger, their O&M costs look smaller because the routes are shorter. Streetcars are very expensive, but you get to pay for them over 30 years, so it's about $4 to $5 million per year for the West Oakland one and 5 to 6 for the Emeryville one. There's a possibility of small starts grants for streetcars, new possibility of Measure B grants now the shuttles have been added to the myriad people that are eligible to apply for that grant fund. Fares or benefit district, depending who's running it. Developer fees, maybe some taxes, parcel tax, parking tax. There may be a regional gas tax soon, and possibly parking revenues. Owners or operators could be AC Transit, BART, a Tri-City Joint Powers Authority, or Transportation Association, and probably if it's a city, if it's not an operator, it would be somebody that would hire an operator, so we don't have a new operator. And we've gotten lots of comments on the report. The Emeryville people were saying that the 4th route they want to add, the city's going to fund it for a year, but then it's not funded, so it should be a recommendation, not a background existing conditions. That they think it would be great to expand the West Berkeley shuttle and start a West Oakland shuttle, and they want to go after Measure BB funding. The AC Transit Board was worried about competition for funding, and they said, why would this bus work when the 19 failed? The 19 was a similar route. And the answer is, well, there's been some development there. We're expecting more development, and it would be more frequent. So maybe more people would ride it because it's more frequent. Greg Harper, who's our rep on that board, said, let's have a bus route first and then enhance it. AC Transit could do this in 2 years. Maybe we could use this idea. And then another director said, generally you should have 50,000 boardings on an existing bus line to justify a streetcar, and they don't have that on any of their lines, and that's probably true if you want it to pay for itself. But a lot of people are subsidizing streetcars now in order to achieve other goals. At the BART board, they were also worried about funding being limited, and they said we should do regional planning to see how it all fits together, and the county is starting work on a transit plan pretty soon. One of the BART board members said, if everybody from Emeryville enters the West Oakland BART station in the morning at the same time, then the bottleneck there will get worse than it already is. So that's something we hadn't thought about. Another, Zachary Millay, who is the BART board member from this district, would rather see the options that we ran in the spring, where there were lots of buses going over to the BART stations. AC Transit had not liked that option because if we take passengers off the route, then they might have to cut service, and then the people coming from the other side don't have service. And also our council wanted us to focus on our study area. Let's see, and some of the members of the board said streetcar from BART to Emeryville Amtrak would be a good idea. There's potential for the streetcar in the East Bay. It would have to be in BART's vision to move forward as a BART thing. The Berkeley Transportation Commission liked the enhanced bus idea. They said if there's a fare, it should be coordinated so people don't have to pay 2 kinds of fares, and that businesses and developers could help fund a shuttle. And the council agreed with them, and 2 members of the council liked the idea of the North Berkeley BART, but AC Transit's experience with the 19 was there were not many riders there, and there was neighborhood opposition to service on Cedar. So that's not recommended in our report. We had a community meeting in Oakland. We tapped into the people who don't like the West Oakland specific plan. And they also had some things to say about AC Transit, which we will pass along even though that's not our main focus. They said before we do something like an enhanced bus or a streetcar, we should restore the routes that were cut in 2010. And they also said it's easier to go to San Francisco than to take the 26 to Emeryville. So, and AC Transit is thinking about straightening out the 26, sort of. And they like the idea of flex service at West Oakland BART Station at night, and they are distraught that the line 19 was cut. Their top priority is to connect from West Oakland BART to Emeryville. Of all the route that we have, that's the most important part. And they noticed that our route goes on Hollis, but the stores are on Shell Mound. They wish it went on Shell Mound. And the folks at that meeting that day did not like streetcars. They said they're inflexible, they cost too much, and they would benefit future businesses and not them. The Oakland Planning Commission supported everything in the report. They liked the idea of flex service, and they said an assessment district could help fund it. The Oakland Public Works Committee, however, said we do not recommend metal rail streetcars. And, but they did say that the enhanced bus would be a conversation starter. We should coordinate with the port and the chamber to avoid impacts on freight trucks, that we should route the bus on Shell Mound, where the shopping is, that we should partner with AC Transit, similar to the Broadway shuttle, and they wanted their staff to look into how would this take away from their efforts to revitalize San Pablo Avenue. The Emeryville Transportation Committee, they want to focus on the streetcar. They didn't think the ones on the bridges would work. That's why we have the other option. And they wanted us to explore private partnerships for streetcars, which is basically what a TMA is. It's a bunch of private developers and businesses. You folks wanted to have a trans-based service from Oakland through Emeryville Public Market, and at the Technical Advisory Committee meeting, AC Transit said, well, we have one right near there. We're not going to have two that close together. And they are proposing service from the public market to downtown Berkeley. And you thought there should be a streetcar on San Pablo, which is something I think several people are thinking throughout the region, throughout the county. And that you need more information on demand response transit before you decide if it's a good thing. So there was one version that we were looking at that was very complex and untried, called Metro B, but now AC Transit is trying something else. It's much simpler. It's just they're about to try it at Fremont BART. It's just a bus that touches the station every half an hour, and in between it can respond to an ordinary phone for pickup and drop off. So people are thinking it'd be nice to have that at West Oakland BART at night. The Emeryville City Council, one city council member thinks it's not worthwhile putting a stop on a ramp. We had listed that because it's in our, it's a project we have on the county plan, county expenditure plan. Somebody said the route should jog over to Amtrak station. Someone else said start with the West Oakland BART to Emeryville. This is getting to be a repeating theme. And they didn't want to support demand response transit if it depends on smartphones, but there's a way to do it without that. And to investigate cap and trade funding, which we did, and it requires so much density that it won't work here. And then we'll have a final report going to the City Council on January 20th. And because we are moving so fast to keep up with our Caltrans grant, we had a couple of meetings after we made your packet. So you have papers. And the first one I want to talk about, I think I've summarized most of the comments, but there's a letter from Oakland that tells, these are the recommendations that their Public Works Committee made, and the council just approved the committee's recommendations. And they say, do not recommend metal rail streetcars. The route should go to shops on Shell Mound, don't impede freight transportation, and encourage partnership with AC Transit. So I mentioned that before, but important to say that the council agreed with their committee. And we have an addendum which responds to the comments we got from the Technical Advisory Committee and the Oakland Council. This page tells the addendums, but I'll just go over the highlights. Page 23, we just responded to Oakland City Council's statement. And what we said is, because the Oakland streetcar is in the West Oakland specific plan, we're going to keep it in this report. We're going to acknowledge that the council said they don't want a streetcar. If you change your mind later, the information will be here and you can use it. We don't want to throw it away. And we did add from the TAC that a maintenance facility would be needed if we had a streetcar. And we took out from our list of potential funding sources section 5307 urbanized formula funding because it can't be used for expanded service. And the other two highlights, we wanted to point out, I already mentioned about non-operators and owners, but people have been asking, is this additive or how do we go from one to the other? And we just wanted to say that the routes shown in this report are adaptive. As transit evolves, the routes can be adjusted. Several decisions will be made in 2015, including the PBID renewal vote and AC Transit short-range transit plan. Based on those decisions, the enhanced bus routes and the shuttle routes may adjust to accomplish service that doesn't exist today. So we've made the best recommendations we can, but we'll have to wait and see what happens before we decide how this really works out. The enhanced bus trunk line might require modifications to the AC Transit routes. When that trunk line and the streetcar are implemented, it might require revision to AC Transit and Emery go-round service to make them complementary. For example, AC Transit's potential routing of its line 26 and a new shuttle service could complement each other, with one going to Hollis and one going to Shellman. So the routes are adaptable as new routes are implemented. So that completes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Why did the Oakland City Council not support streetcars? Was it because of the inflexibility of the route?
Well, there were several things. At the Public Works Committee, the chair of the committee is Rebecca Kaplan, and she rides a bike. That's one reason. Very afraid of bikes getting stuck in the tracks. The West Oakland specific plan proposes it on 3rd Street, which currently is a big freight street, and the trucks double park. They're Schnitzer Steel, and the recyclers are all along there, so it's like hard to imagine a streetcar there now. But the West Oakland specific plan calls for moving those industries over to the Army base and developing an intensive employment center there, but I didn't really get time to talk about all that. So the freight, the bicycles, the expense, just the fact that you could buy a lot of buses for what it takes to buy a streetcar. And I think part of it is that West Oakland is having a heck of a time getting some unused railroad tracks pulled up, and the streets are a mess because of them. So that sort of reduces their appetite for more tracks.
One thing that I think might be important to understand about the Oakland City Council is that they have a lot on their plates. They have really full agendas. They stay until the wee hours of the morning. They tend to do most of their work in committees. So a lot of the committee recommendations just come to the City Council and just get approved without much discussion. I wasn't there, but what I've heard from Diana was that neither she nor the Oakland staff person were even given an opportunity to present to the Oakland City Council.
When it came back from committee, we did.
When it came back from committee, she presented to the committee, and though you heard the recommendations of their Public Works Committee, and then when that came back to the council, I think it was about a minute or two.
It was like move the item.
And it was just like, yeah, move the committee recommendation. Okay, next item. So there wasn't a lot of discussion at the Oakland City Council level.
Okay.
So we want to leave it open in the report in case they change their minds.
And then I just have one other question, which is I noticed that this did go before the Berkeley City Council, but not the Berkeley Planning Commission.
No, it went to the Transportation Commission. The committees we've been able to go to are a function partly of how much interest those departments take in it. Okay. And mostly the transportation people in Berkeley have been on this, and the others haven't so much.
Okay.
So Diana, you mentioned a countywide transportation plan that's in process, and I'm really interested in understanding what kind of coordination is going on moving forward, because we've got like 17 transportation groups and agencies here, and it seems like that may be a historic holdover about the way transit has developed in this country, but it seems that having some kind of overarching big picture planning to make these things work together and help prioritize and implement things would be really good.
The Alameda County Transportation
Commission.
Transportation Commission, ACTC, is starting. They're starting several plans. There's a corridor multimodal plan. There's a transit plan. There's a goods movement plan, and they're coordinating with MTC, and they all that's going to roll up into the county's transportation plan, and that's all going to roll up into MTC. So they're trying to get all the cities and all the agencies involved, and we're spending half our time going to all their meetings.
Good.
But, historically, the Bay Area has been kind of, I don't know if you'd call it an anomaly, but it's got a lot of different transit agencies. I think partly because of its spread out geography all around the Bay, as opposed to some other places where all the transit is under one agency. Right. We don't have that, and each of these different agencies does their own planning. They all try to coordinate with each other, and we try to coordinate with all of them. But I think ultimately, whatever the county transportation plan is, AC Transit is going to decide its own route structuring, and BART is going to decide its own route extensions and so forth. And we try to coordinate, and they try to comply with the regional planning, but ultimately each agency has to do their own thing. I guess the limiting factor would be the funding that comes, some of which comes out of the regional transportation plan, so you have to be consistent with that to get your funding, I suppose. But it's just the nature of the beast. There's a lot of different agencies, and they're all doing their own thing, and hopefully they're all talking to each other.
Yeah, I know. I just think about how long it took us to get the Clipper card that we could use on the different services, just rather than paying somebody here and paying somebody there. So I hope that there's some ongoing efforts to try to coordinate.
It still doesn't cover all of them.
No.
Well, ACTC is a member of the EBOT's Technical Advisory Committee, and they're doing their countywide transportation plan, and they're talking to MTC about the regional transportation plan. So there's there's coordination and communication as much as there can be.
Good.
Any other questions for Diana? All right, then let's move along with our comments on this.
You might want to open the public
Oh,
hearing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I will open the public hearing. Yes, so if there's anyone who would like to speak on this item, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. And we will move on to our comments on this. Commissioner Keller, do you want to get us started?
I'll get you started. I have several comments to make on the comments that were made, and particularly about the city council. It's good to have the background on the Oakland City Council, because I find the remarks rather discouraging, that they're just summarily going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I was just kind of wondering, in their short-sightedness to do this, does this also mean that they're going to throw away the Broadway streetcar because they don't like metal rails? So,
That remains to be seen.
yeah, so it's just my comments on their comments, is that I just think that remark was pretty short-sighted. The first remark on the comments that we got was that streetcars are not the best use of limited dollars and are dangerous to cyclists and cannot be realigned for emergencies or parades or protests. It seems like in other cities around the country, these problems have been resolved in cities such as Portland, Seattle, Tucson, Arizona, Washington, D.C., just to name a few. I'm a bicyclist. I hit the rails on Wood Street and ended up breaking my collarbone, but I've never hit the rails in Portland because they're designed to be with bicycles. And it's a whole system that is designed with all these things in mind. And they've been very successful. They've actually extended their program twice because it's so successful. So these are problems that often come up in cities that are looking at streetcars just because of the lack of education and understanding streetcars. The streetcars that are inflexible and gentrification, I find it unfortunate that people are using gentrification now as a negative pejorative, because I can't imagine what Emeryville would be like if we didn't have gentrification. Would we still be called Butchertown? Would people still hold their nose as they go through Emeryville? So I think the fact that they're inflexible is always a driving force of streetcars. That's why developers build there. That's why businesses move there, because they know that transportation isn't going to go away in 2 years. So those aren't negatives. The cost of streetcar could pay for many buses, and you would need to, because streetcars outlast buses 2 to 1. So you put a streetcar in, it's done, you keep it for 30 years, you maintain it, and you're not replacing it. So once again, a lot of these comments often come up in areas where we're looking at streetcars, and once a group is educated on the full facts of streetcars, these become non-issues. And then the fact that that the streetcar will benefit future businesses and not current residents, that's just so wrong. Every resident that live here can ride the streetcar and will when they see the streetcar. It's an amazing, comfortable, easy mode of transportation. And you just have to understand what it's for. It's not a heavy hauler. It's not BART. It's not going to take commuters to their job. It takes people to events like the theater or shopping and things like that. So once again, it's just an educational factor. Then it says that down in funding sources, that funding are limited and could compete with AC Transit. I think that if we all work together, we could come up with benefits that would serve all the uses. But BART and AC Transit have been around for decades, and the thing is, they're pretty much reaching their maximum capacity. And what we need to look at is different vehicles that serve different purposes. And not everybody taking transit needs it for the same purpose. So when we're stuck with just 2 types of vehicles, it's not going to serve the whole population, and we're not going to make a walkable, livable community by doing that. And then how many development projects have been required for the Easy Pass? We're now talking about additional information to the report. As far as I know, before I got on this commission, almost every project we asked that the condition of approval was to require Easy Pass. Is that an assumption on my part, or towards the end when John was on the commission and then I came on, it's pretty much every housing development we've approved, we've made that a condition of approval, and I think we will continue to do that. Address the streetcar and land use around MacArthur BART. I just wanted to mention that wasn't part of the study program. The only BART station within this particular EBOT study was the West Oakland, so I don't think that should be brought up as an issue. Our service between Emeryville and West Oakland BART should be a top priority. What I don't understand is why that is such a priority when the F bus is a faster connection and an easier connection than going all the way to BART and then taking BART in there. I noticed, that they go to many more stations, but if your point is just to get into San Francisco, and with the new transit center, once it opens, you're going to be centralized. So I don't know why everybody is so focused on Emeryville around to BART rather than just improving the AC Transit F route and making that, because once you're in Emeryville, the next stop from Emeryville is San Francisco. So I think, again, we need to bring in some education so people know there are better options out there. Then on the addendum, they mentioned that the streetcar would take a maintenance yard, and that's true, but I don't see why that maintenance yard couldn't be shared with a bus yard. We need a bus yard for the Emeryville round, and that could later become the maintenance yard for the streetcar, or it could be shared with both. So once again, you just need to look for answers or resolutions to these problems. And that's my comments.
Well, I don't have that many comments. I think every conceivable option has been looked into here. As Charlie said to us, the biggest problem is there's too many different agencies involved. There's nobody to oversee the whole thing, and we have every idea anybody could ever think of included here, and so let's just say okay.
I think you've got a lot of really good information and valuable input from all kinds of different sources, and I think that the document is going to be really valuable in terms of figuring out implementation on transit moving forward. And I do think that the most important aspect is continuing coordination so that all these different agencies can work together and that their programs work with each other and that they can take advantages of, somebody's good idea could be taken up by a different transit agency that can handle it. I do think that the enhanced bus should go where the shops are rather than on Hollis Street, but aside from that, I think that it is going to be an evolving process, and as Diana said, the routes are going to be adjusted as things change, and you've got a lot of really, really good input in order to work with. So.
My comments are that I think that this is a really valuable report, even though we have a lot of agencies with input and may ultimately act on their own. I would like to, for just going forward, to still remain open to having the streetcar run on San Pablo, as well as through the Sherwin-Williams site, not necessarily Hollis. Yeah, and I think that great work on everyone's part.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate everyone else's thanks for all the work that you've done. I guess I have a question for staff, which is, are we just giving comments, or are we sort of voting to recommend this, or recommend this with revisions to the city council?
Well, the latter, or the second thing.
Okay.
That you have in your packets a resolution which we're asking you to approve tonight, that and it basically recommends that the city council approve the final report. Of course, that would be with the addendum that Diana has presented to you tonight. And if you want to make any modifications to the report or the addendum in your recommendation to the council, you can certainly do that as well.
I mean, if we could place in here something regarding the streetcar running down San Pablo, I mean, frankly, I still feel like that's the most obvious route, and especially seeing the research that, or the statement that they want to have a certain threshold of people already taking that route to be able to merit a streetcar. That seems like the most likely one. So, I mean, I could recommend it if that was included, and then also a bus that went straight to downtown Berkeley up Powell, Adeline, Shattuck, which is still requiring, based on this, still requiring a transfer. But that's it.
All right, I just have really brief comments. First thing is just real quick. I noticed there's an error on page 12 in the discussion of the Capitol Corridor. It says that it stops at Amtrak stations in West Oakland and Emeryville and West Berkeley, but the Oakland Amtrak station that it stops in is actually at Jack London Square, so that should read, it stops at Amtrak stations in West Berkeley, Emeryville, and Jack London Square. Then my comments are just that I think the report looks good. I agree with everything that Commissioner Keller said. I'm a little disheartened by the Emeryville City Council's comments and...
You mean Oakland?
I'm sorry. Yeah, not Emeryville. Oakland City Council's comments and their action on this. My biggest concern is that I don't want this report to become a way for AC Transit to shirk their responsibilities in providing service that they should provide for their service area anyway. So if there's been enough development on this corridor that the old 19 could be supported, then we should bring back the 19. So I thought actually Director Harper's comments were good, were great. I was encouraged to hear those because I think that's what should happen. We expect AC Transit to provide a service so that we can get where we are going in the East Bay, and I don't think we need the Emeryville's a little different because that specifically gets Emeryville residents to BART. But when we're talking about these longer, inner city corridors, those are something that people, I think, look to AC Transit to provide, and we don't need to create yet another transit entity to provide that service. Now, streetcars, again, I think are a little bit different. So, if that's what it takes to get a streetcar developed, then I'm all for it. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to recommend. And I just also want to commend the staff for coordinating amongst all of the various transit agencies and staff in other cities and boards and commissions and city councils and all of that. I think you've done a great job. So with that, I think I will make a motion to recommend approval of this report to the city council, just with that one minor change that I've noted.
What about Brad's recommendation?
I'm just going to make the motion to recommend the report.
With the addendum presented tonight.
With the addendum
The addendum
presented.
sheet presented tonight. Yeah, okay.
I'd second that.
All right, ready to vote?
Can I make a friendly amendment to that the report acknowledge Commissioner Gunkel's recommendations? We do have a number of places where it talks about different discussions and different opinions, so I think we should recognize it.
As a comment from, it's similar to the other comments that are noted, I guess. Is that what you're? So I'm just trying to get at what you're suggesting.
That was my suggestion, but
Okay.
is that?
I mean, I personally don't, the comments aren't really part of the report other than that they're just recording comments from the past. And so, I mean, I personally can't recommend the report unless there's some language in the report, mentioning that there's intention to provide a line from, a bus line from Emeryville up Powell, Adeline, Shattuck to downtown Berkeley, and then also that there would be an intention to at least look into the prospect of streetcars on San Pablo.
Does what the report specifies in streetcar preclude that? If it's not in the report, does that mean they can never look at that? I don't see the need for that particular language to be in there, because the way I read the report is what they're doing is making recommendations of where to put the streetcar. But if we find that there's other places that it would serve better, it doesn't preclude that in the report, does that?
Well, then maybe I would like the recommendation to actually include the streetcar on San Pablo be included in the report.
If I could just chime in, I'm sure this won't change your opinion, but I just want to clarify that the the focus of this study was the corridor through central Emeryville, kind of Shellmound, Hollis corridor, and also the area served by the Emery go-round, and how to connect that central part of Emeryville to West Oakland BART on the south and Berkeley, West Berkeley in the north. And the reason that San Pablo Avenue was not focused on, well, two things. One is it's already pretty well served by transit. Not a streetcar, obviously, but it's got a lot of bus service on San Pablo Avenue already. And secondly, it's sort of on the edge of the study area. The study was focusing more on the middle of the area between San Pablo and the bay. So that's why there was not that recommendation in there.
I mean, I still feel that this is Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland transit study, and we're more likely to see these recommendations implemented if they serve the interests of all of these communities. And I feel like that may have something to do with Oakland's apprehension about the streetcars. And I just, without a larger regional perspective, I feel like there's something getting lost there.
Diane, in your opinion, what is, if we added that language, how does it change the report or the resolution? Does it dramatically?
I'm thinking where we would add it. I guess we could add it in the part about streetcars that we think it would be a good idea to look into it there, or we have a context section where we could put it. We could put it in there.
I think part of the issue is that our consultants have pretty well studied all of the routes that are recommended in the report, and they've made ridership projections and cost estimates and, all kinds, and that was a lot of work to do all of that.
They're not going to do that for anything else.
No, and they wouldn't do that for this. I mean, for one thing, they're at the end of their scope, and they don't have very little money left to do that kind of thing. So it would have to just be a suggestion as an additional thing to look at in the future, I guess.
So are you saying that they studied that they looked at San Pablo and didn't include that? Oh, they did
No,
not.
they did not, because in all the community meetings that we had and the various meetings with the Technical Advisory Committee and the Policy Advisory Committee and the other agencies, that never really came up as something we should look at.
So what I'll do is I'll withdraw my second on Chair Moss's, and I will, if we don't get a second on that, I'd like to make a different motion.
Mm-hmm.
Can we, point of order, how do we do this?
Well, okay, he's withdrawn his second. So there's no second on the motion, so you have to see if somebody else will second your motion, and if not, then somebody else can make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Yes.
All
right. So
You'll
you have a
second,
second.
well, I mean, I have half a mind to amend my own motion, so.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Okay, all right, then I will withdraw my original motion, and I will make a new motion that we recommend approval of this report to the City Council with some added language in an appropriate section that that a streetcar route along San Pablo Avenue be studied as a future way to provide transit service to these communities.
And anything about buses up Adeline, or
So
what was his second point?
Or a bus, a direct route from Emeryville up to downtown Berkeley through by Ashby BART as well.
Isn't that in there?
The potential AC transit changes don't include what you're talking about, the diagonal straight shot, but with what we're recommending, it would include going from their potential new transit hub at the public market up into Berkeley, and then on Dwight up to Shattuck, and then we're saying, and take it all the way up to UC Berkeley. So it wouldn't be Adeline, it wouldn't be a diagonal straight shot, but
Which line is that?
it's a potential new 48. It's a new line they're thinking about.
And the notion of basically what you're talking about doing is straightening out the F-bus so that it goes like a straight shot as opposed to going down Market Street. And that idea has been floated in the past and discussed with AC Transit. I think the reason why they have resisted that is, is that there's a fairly high demand for that service in North Oakland, and also that would take that route away from the 40th and San Pablo transit hub.
And I'm not supportive of any change that removes the F from 40th and San
No,
Pablo.
I mean, this could be an addition,
That's
a
not
different
my-
route.
Yeah, that wasn't my intention. My intention was that maybe it'd be some different route. I mean, right now
Okay.
the 13 goes to Rockridge, and I'm looking at this map and I see the 48 just going straight past Shattuck and continuing east. So I don't know if this map in the report represents the route that you're mentioning.
And what page are you on?
30.
Let's see. Oh, I guess I'm thinking about their 49 on this drawing. Yeah, it would come from Park, it's a dark blue line, it would come from Public Market up through
Okay.
7th Street and then up Dwight. And then we're recommending, and that's what they're proposing, and we recommend
That's
that they
I
take
see.
that up Shattuck to Bancroft.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as there's some route, and you know, I guess that's something that we're missing now, is just a route to be able to get to downtown Berkeley without planes, trains, and automobiles. That
That has been one of the major recommendations, is to have a bus that goes from Emeryville to downtown Berkeley. It doesn't go by the Ashby BART station, and it doesn't do the Powell, Stanford, Adeline, Shattuck straight shot. It would be a little more rectilinear going up, I guess, San Pablo and then across on Dwight Way, but it would go directly from Emeryville to downtown Berkeley.
I mean, I'd love to see a route that went. I mean, I just feel like there's development starting to happen, like more retail development starting to happen in the like Alcatraz and Adeline area. I really love to encourage more, further development south along Shattuck and on Powell. I think now that Park on Powell is going to be opening soon, and everything that's kind of happening at Powell and Hollis, just some sort of corridor route that follows that diagonal path could really, one, provide the direct route hitting 2 BART stations, and also sort of encourage further development along that path.
I think that would be a simple thing to add. On page 23, we have short-term improvements, and one of those is recommended modifications to the planned AC Transit route improvements, and we could simply add a bullet point there that says add a route directly from Emeryville via Powell, Stanford, Adeline, Shattuck to downtown Berkeley. Would that be what you would be looking for?
That would be great. I don't know if
That
Okay.
seemed.
Do that.
Yeah, sure.
We didn't. Our consultants didn't spend a lot of time studying those recommendations. It's just, AC Transit should do this.
Sure.
That's easy to add.
We'll add that to the motion then.
Then I would second it.
All right. Are we clear now on what we're voting on?
Yes, I believe so.
And we're ready to vote? Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
Chair Moss?
Aye.
6 ayes. The resolution is approved. We will forward your recommendation to the City Council, and thank you very much. And I want to echo Chair Moss's comments on Diana's very hard work on this.
Hear, hear.
Including staying at a previous Oakland Council meeting until 2:30 in the morning, only to have the item referred to committee.
But they did let me present that night.
Well, that was nice.
They better have.
All right, so with that, we will move on to our next public hearing, which is the BRG high-rise signs. Can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. In case you're interested, I just put the materials board for this project up on the dais for you to be able to peruse. And Tom Salmon is here this evening from Aero Sign Company, and he's also available to answer any questions you may have this evening. So the BRG high-rise signs proposal is for 2200 Powell Street. This is for 2 new high-rise signs. Here is the location out on the peninsula. It is just to the east of the Watergate residential and Fairmount west from the freeway. For project overview, this is for 2 new matching high-rise signs. Each sign is 20 feet, almost 21 feet wide and 6 feet tall for about 125 square feet of area. They're illuminated using dimmable white LED lights. There are 3 non-illuminated colors, white, blue, and light blue, and 2 illuminated colors, white and light blue. The reason a major sign permit is needed is because the proposed signs are not consistent with the existing master sign program. The ways in which it is not consistent are because of the sign location on the north side of the building, the inclusion of a logo. The master sign program shows that only lettering is to be included, and the illumination is in 2 colors. The master sign program shows illumination only in white. So here's the comparison with the master sign program. These are the ways in which it's consistent. So it's consistent in its vertical measurement of 6 feet. It's consistent in its horizontal measurement. It's substantially less. In total area, it's consistent. Once again, it's substantially less than half the square footage of the area allowed under the master sign program. The sign face color is consistent. The illumination type is consistent. It's dimmable as required by the master sign program. And the sign construction is of internal white LEDs. The ways in which it's not consistent, which I previously stated, are the illumination color being light blue and white. The logos are included, and the north face of the sign is proposed to be on the eastern corner of the building as opposed to centered. For the project location, we have 2 images of the building. Here is the north side, and here is the south side. It's very hard to see on this projection, but the sign is located right here where my cursor is moving, and on the western corner right there where my cursor is moving. These are the project location where my cursor is moving, and outlined in red are the 2 nearest residential projects. Watergate Residential, which is low, and Pacific Park Plaza, which is a high-rise. Here's a photo that the applicant provided of the building viewed from Pacific Park Plaza. And the sign, as they propose it, would be right there where my cursor is. So in the master sign program, it shows the proposed area is central, and the applicant is proposing that the sign be on that corner there. And staff's recommendation is to move the sign to the other corner to be a little bit further away from the high-rise residential vantage point. So in the conditions of approval, what's included in there now to reflect staff recommendation is that the north-facing sign shall be relocated to the western edge of the northern facade. For the sign design, the sign fits well within the context of the building. It fits between the vertical and horizontal elements. The sign itself is a layered design, and that's probably best viewed with the materials board you have. There's aluminum framing here, a perforated vinyl, which the light can shine through, a white translucent face behind that, and then the actual LED lights. So there is a buffer. It's not a raw LED light. There's material between that and the actual viewing of the sign. Here are some renderings of the sign in daytime and nighttime. You can see during the day that the sign is dark blue and light blue, and because of those perforations at night, it can shine white, and light blue. Here's the renderings again for the daytime. They're a little bit hard to see. They're not very big in this rendering. And at night. So this must conform with major design review, and the findings are that the proposed sign is necessary because of the nature of the establishment in this location. This is the only way for tenants to identify the building here, and there's only one tenant identification high-rise sign allowed per building on 2 faces, so this is consistent with this. So this is appropriate for the location and building type. Secondly, the proposed sign is no larger than is necessary to adequately identify the establishment, or the sign is of extraordinary design significance. And the sign in size is significantly smaller than what's allowed under the existing master sign program. Thirdly, the proposed sign will comply with all the applicable provisions of the plan and regulations, which it does. It's consistent with the high-rise standards, high-rise sign standards, that is. Fourth, the size, materials, colors, graphic style, illumination, and other features of the proposed sign are in keeping with the visual character of the area. Once again, this is a high-rise area, and the signs are consistent with the building design. Fifth, the sign will be readable, taking into account the proportion between different parts of the sign, its visibility from important vantage points, and other relevant design features. So the signs are both readable and proportionate, and the signs are designed to be readable from many vantage points, particularly the freeways to the north and south. And 6, finally, the sign will relate well to the design of the building and be compatible with the architectural features, colors, and textures. The sign is contrasting with the building, so it's clearly visible. And as I discussed before, it's compatible with the architecture of the building. General design review findings include a requirement that it must be consistent with the general plan, and the proposed signs are consistent with adopted sign regulations as required in the general plan. It must be conforming with the Emeryville design guidelines. Here's 5 of them that it conforms with explicitly: unified and harmonious building facades with integrated features, architectural compatibility, consistence with area character, legibility and readability, and visibility. Lastly, the project is of a high design quality that is compatible with and not adversely affect the surrounding area. The signs will be dimmable to reduce impacts, and they're of a design quality that's compatible with the buildings. Staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions, and please let me know if you have any questions, and the applicant is here as well, as I mentioned.
Is there any hour brightness restrictions?
That's not currently included in the conditions of approval.
But we could,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, something was reached on that art.com project after the problems had come up.
Well, the art.com project sign is allowed to be on 24 hours. It's dimmed at a certain sunset and sunrise, I believe. There's a certain time frame, and it references a naval website to figure out when sunrise and sunset is and all that sort of thing. We didn't think that this particular sign warranted that level of control. We simply have our standard condition that says if it's deemed to be too bright, they have to dim it until I say it's okay.
Oh, so that's in there then?
Yes, that condition is in there.
Oh, go ahead.
So since we're talking about the art.com sign, do you know if that one is a layered sign, or is it just strictly the pucks and the LED?
The art.com sign is just exposed LEDs and these pucks. This is not that.
Okay. Then the other question I have is, so in the report, it says that there was a condition of approval, I believe, of the master sign program, that all the signs be white with no logo. Do you have any background? I think that predates me being on the Planning Commission. So do you have any history as to why that was decided at that time, that it'd be only white and no logos?
That predates me as well.
That was Miru's project.
The commission wanted to see the logos as they came. They did not want to give a blanket okay on logos. Okay. So that was the main reason. They were also skeptical about the combination of colors. So in terms of just wanting, if it was white, then that would be fine. But if they wanted colors, then it would have to come back to you.
It's a little bit, I guess, inaccurate to say that if it's not just white letters, that it's inconsistent with the master sign program. It's not inconsistent. The master sign program just says that if it's not individual white letters, then the planning commission must approve it.
Wants to review that.
Yeah.
So then that leads me to my other question. So the building that has a AAA sign, is that part of that same group of buildings? And is it under that
Yeah,
program?
I believe
Did it go
so.
through
I think that
process?
sign came in after the master sign program was approved, right? And because it's a logo and because it has colors, it had to be approved by the planning commission, and it was. And it has, I believe it has a similar condition about dimmability, right? Yeah.
Has there been a sign on this building previously?
Not to my knowledge.
City of Emeryville. That's where our offices used to be,
Oh, okay.
on the top floor.
Oh. And what's my other question? There's no sign. Oh, are all each of the under the master sign program is each of the there's 3 buildings on the Watergate Towers, right? Does each of them get 2 signs of the
Yes.
similar type?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
One on each side. Yeah.
Sarah, could you go back to slide 12 on the thing? And where that's showing, unfortunately, it doesn't show the relation to the Watergate. What I'm concerned with looking at the map or sky view of this is the proximity of that part of the building and Watergate Apartments. It's tremendously a lot closer than if the sign were put where the applicant wants it in relation to Pacific Park Plaza.
Sure. Would you like to go back
Yeah,
to
go to the
this one
sky
where the,
view.
There we go.
Or even just if you can go from the overhead view
Sure.
of, okay, so if you see that,
let's-
go back to where you were just were.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So if you indicate where you want to place it,
The applicant would like to place it.
right, and then
on
move
this
it
side
down
of the
where you
building.
want to place it, see, that's a
Side of
lot
the-
closer to Watergate. Has anyone talked to Watergate about the placement of that sign there?
No, they were sent notifications.
Okay.
And staff's feeling about placing it there was that there's been issues with brightness from signs in the past for Pacific Park Plaza, and because people actually live in line with the sign, that it would have a greater impact than the sign that was closer to people where they were living below the sign and weren't at the same vantage
Well,
point.
someone that lives on the 30th floor of that same building, and there's a building that's 8 stories that has Emery Bay Public Market and Guitar Center, that sign illuminates my whole house. And it's 20-some stories below me. So that being up there in projecting light, I think it's going to put light almost directly on that building. And it's considerably closer than PPP is to that building. And I don't think moving that over in terms of scale is going to make that much of a difference on a dimmable sign. So unless I, could hear a reason why that's a better idea, that's not a staff recommendation I could support.
Well, I believe the applicant is not thrilled with that recommendation either, so they may have
I haven't heard that,
arguments
but I'm just looking at it as a resident pragmatic approach, and I think that sign is really close to Watergate.
I'm just saying that they will probably have arguments that you will agree with.
I just have a question about the finding required under section 951612C2 about the proposed sign is necessary because of the nature of the establishment and its location. What is Berkeley Research Group and why do they need a sign?
Well, they're a tenant in that building, and the only way to have a sign for a tenant in that building as a high-rise sign, that's the only option.
Okay.
That's not
There are ostensibly many tenants in the building, right? So
That's right, and I guess it's up to the landlord to decide who gets to have a sign, but it's not unusual for high-rise or mid-rise buildings to have a sign on the top that indicates one of their major tenants. And I believe that the master sign program provides for this. I mean, it does allow for identification signs of major tenants in the buildings at the tops of the buildings.
That's correct.
any other questions of staff?
There's no motion in the any of the signs, are there?
No, there's nothing changeable. There's no changing lights. There's no movement in any way. It's just that because of how the sign is constructed, it illuminates a different color than the non-illuminated sign color.
So the logo is just white and gray.
Yes, I'll go back to the. Well,
And
I'm going the
blue,
wrong way,
white
I
and
think.
blue.
Okay, so there's the daytime. So it's a dark blue with a light blue. The white in that is a very thin outline. It's not really visible there. There you go. That's a better one. You can kind of see in the top one during the day there is a very thin white
But
outline.
at night, it's blue rather than gray, isn't it?
looks
No, it's
white.
never gray.
The dots.
The dots are a light blue, the same light blue it is during the daytime, and then the BRG color and the 4 dots on the left change to white instead of dark blue.
Okay.
Oh, right.
So if this just said BRG and was that size and those locations, it wouldn't even be in front of us, right?
That is correct. It would be approved on the staff level because it meets all of the other.
Well, if the daytime letters were white.
No, the daytime letters do not need to be white.
Oh, they don't?
And
No.
wouldn't they have to be in the center of the building, not on one of the corners?
That is correct.
That's the other
That's the
change,
other
so moving it to
reason.
the edge of the building.
Would you
rather
like me
than
to go
center.
back to that page that outlines the differences? Would that be useful? No? Okay.
No, that's,
What are the hours of operation of BRG?
Of the business itself?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Does the applicant?
Standard business hours,
Yeah.
8 to 6.
Okay.
So they said, just because they weren't mic'd, standard business hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant. Yes, we'll invite the applicant. All right, we'll leave the public hearing open, but we'll invite the applicant up to address this first.
Yes, please.
Keep getting ahead, trying to move things along.
No, that was it.
That was it?
Yeah, go down, 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 there. Up,
There we
up
go.
there.
Thank you.
Full screen.
It's all yours. I recommend using it.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tom Salmon. I'm from Arrow Sign Company. First and foremost, I want to thank Sarah. You've been exceptional in your guidance in this application process. You kind of nailed all the questions that we had or were prepared to argue, but I did prepare this proposed sign presentation that elaborates a little bit more on kind of the lighting effect, and I give some examples. So here we go. You've seen this. Obviously, we have the Pantone color per the BRG standards for the letters in the daytime. At night, the LEDs overcome those perforations, and they come out white. You've seen this element also. This is kind of a breakdown of the different elements in the sign. I gave you this detail here to talk about the GE Tetra Max. It's the type of LED that we use in all of our signs. I give a few little details down there at the bottom that show the dimmer switch and the controlling mechanism. Here are 2 examples of kind of what this looks like. The slide or the photo on the left-hand side, you can see that you have REI in the day, and then you have REI at night. This is a pylon sign located in Dublin. The right photo is Stevenson University, gives you a day and a night, give you an idea of how it works. We did explore the location of the sign on the north-facing elevation. As BRG Arrow Sign Company and their design firm were exploring this, we were sensitive to the folks that lived in that lower apartment area, which is one of the reasons we feel strongly that it should be located in the area that it is. You've seen this as part of our other package, and that's basically it. So if you have any questions or about any of the nuts and bolts or means and methods, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. So as it's currently designed as far as the wiring, are the letters on the same, I guess, circuit as the logo, like, or can they be separated if you wanted to control the dimming of the logo separately from the dimming of the letters?
Currently, each sign runs off a dedicated circuit, so it's dedicated to the sign structure completely. So you dim the letters, the logo dims as well.
Okay, so they're not separately dimmable, the logo and the lettering?
Right.
Okay.
And by extension, they would then be, the logo and the letters would be at the same brightness all of the time?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the public hearing is still open. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Lori Carzan. Down, like that? Okay. My name is Lori Carzan. I have been a resident of Pacific Park Plaza for 23 years. I own 2 units on the 25th floor with beautiful views out of the windows that look at these signs. So obviously I'm concerned. I appreciate that many of you were here when we were here last, and that you've been considering this with the kind of care of knowing that we were going to be here, or at least be concerned about it. It sounds to me, and I'm not sure I'm right on this, that during the day it is not illuminated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one of our concerns, and that's fine. And the hours of operation were addressed, that's fine. I personally, it's an aesthetic thing, don't have a problem with the design of the logo, but you know, it can get busy out there. The thing that I'm most worried about personally is the white. And I think when you first approved white, it was before the LED technology. And when I looked at that REI sign, that would be really a difficult thing to see. The signs do affect the quality and the quiet enjoyment of our homes. And I have to tell you that this particular week, we've had the major sign off, because it again has malfunctioned, and it is so peaceful. It's one thing to look at it on a screen for a few minutes, or to look at it in a rendering. It's another thing to live across from it every day and every night. The daytime looks fine. I mean, it doesn't bother us if it's not lit, but the nighttime can be an issue, and the brightness level. And I'm not sure that, it sounds like you can modify that later, and so that sounds good. I mean, certainly the size is good. The further away it is from PPP, we like, but of course, if it affects someone else at Watergate, that's an issue too. So please know that we're watching it in terms of just, I don't think there's anything that we can do to stop it. If we could, we would try. We would do whatever we could to try. The less signs, the better. It's a lot of signs going up over there if we have a sign on every single building that's across from us. The AAA sign, you know, it's lower, and I don't know how it affects people that are lower, but it's turned in a way that it's not as difficult for us. This one, I don't know. I don't know about the white. Anyway, I just wanted to come here, express my concern, our concern. We haven't even put it out to the people in the building in a big way, but if we needed to, we would. I just want you to know that we appreciate that you're considering us, but I'm afraid of the white. I really am. It's like a flashlight. Thank you for your time.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, could anybody who speaks please sign in after you've done so?
Hi, I'm Barb Singleton. I live at Watergate, but not in an apartment that it's affected by this particular sign. And I just had a curious question. When you say you notified Watergate, what did you do exactly? Did you send a notice to everybody in that particular building that's affected by, this light? Or did you just send it to the general manager, to the management company? I'm just curious about how you've told Watergate about it. Thank you.
Would you like us to respond to that?
Please.
Sarah?
The public notifications went out for all agenda items, and they went to all residents that came up in our search database for the building closest, that main large building closest to the proposed site. They should have, yes.
The legal requirement is to notify all property owners within 300 feet, and that includes owners of condominiums. So we notified everyone in Watergate that's within 300 feet of this sign.
Yeah, and actually, I believe it was more than 300 feet just because I can't separate out the addresses specifically by measurement.
I should also note that although Pacific Park Plaza is considerably farther than 300 feet, we have a kind of an internal rule to notify people in Pacific Park Plaza about any sign on top of any of these buildings. And actually, we did send a notice to every owner in Pacific Park Plaza and every resident.
And on that point, for clarification, Charlie, does the notification go to the owner or the occupant at the address?
Both.
Both. So if you're a renter and you don't own the building, you're still going to get a notice?
In theory, you should.
Yeah, okay.
If it isn't returned by the post office.
Yeah.
Evening. I'm Sebastian. I'm a little bit in a special situation because I work at BRG and I live in Pacific Park Plaza. Actually, the picture that you saw up there was from my personal unit. So I have a foot on each side here, and I take this matter very seriously, and I really appreciate the fact that you are too, because I was on the suffering side of the art.com issue. So a little bit about BRG. First, I'm a big fan of Emeryville. I think the business climate here is great, and I think you guys are doing a great job. BRG is a consulting firm. It started 4 years ago. I'm one of the founders and vice president of operations. The company is 4 years old. It's a success story. It's probably the fastest growing professional services firm in the country. And we work in the legal, accounting, finance world, as well as consulting. And so we're one of the few firms that's based on the East Bay. So I think we're a little bit of an ambassador, and we're as much a professional services firm as a startup, as a tech company. We have 30 offices throughout the country and 4 international locations. We're probably going to open 4 to 6 more international locations this year. So it's very important for us to be able to promote our brand and have identity in those buildings. We're not a city-based firm, so we have a little bit of a disadvantage there. Emeryville is great. Our clients, our experts, our people can come into work very easily, but we have a little bit of an inferiority syndrome being on the East Bay, unfortunately. So that's very important to us. The sign itself was designed in a way to allow me to sleep at night. I'm also, like Lori, a light sleeper. So the sign, first of all, is directional. The light doesn't flash in every direction. If you saw, there's a depth to the way it's constructed. So the light goes out. It's fully dimmable. And the surface area is very small. We're not talking something in the order of magnitude of what art.com is or any other sign in the area, actually. I have the privilege of looking at the Chevys and Hilton Garden sign every time I close my windows at night. This is a much smaller dot in the spec there. We've designed the sign to be as tasteful as we could. And we also think that, you know, although the staff is very well intentioned in trying to push it to the end, I think it's an issue for those residents. It diminishes really the purpose of the sign for us. And to be honest, for me, I'm indifferent. As a resident of PPP, it actually makes no difference. So anyways, just wanted to come out here, say hello, and if you have questions for BRG, I'd be happy to address them. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Good evening. My name is Paul Gerhardt, and I'm an owner at Pacific Park Plaza. And I don't know if the last person that spoke, are you an owner or a tenant?
Owner, yes.
Okay. I've been an owner well over 22, 23 years. When you talk about us being notified of this sign, I don't know if you're referring to this letter that we got. I got a letter
That looks like it.
This is my first notification. They came a couple days after Thanksgiving, which was just a couple of weeks ago. And it came with a stack of mail and dressed occupant. And I'm very concerned about this sign. You know, I'm strongly opposed to it because it infringes upon my quiet right and enjoyment of my condominium. But I saw a lot of these letters just thrown in the trash can in our recycling barrel because they came after Thanksgiving. I don't see how Charlie can call this notification when it just came 2 weeks ago, and it looks like everything's signed, sealed, and almost delivered before we even find out about it. This is the first time. And now, 2 weeks before Christmas, I'm standing before you, you know, wondering what the hell's going on with the sign. You know, I mean, I'm reading right here that there is no possibility that the proposal may have any significant effect on the environment. That's absolutely not true. It infringes upon the environment. You know, light, daytime, you know, visually what we see is all part of our environment. You know, I see that sign 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I don't know if any of you can really appreciate that, but that's a little bit overwhelming, you know, and you get to make the decision, you know, that affects me and my life. And I really have to tell you strongly how I feel. I really want you not to approve this sign tonight because we just found out about it. I heard there's a dimmer switch. Well, that's great. You know, my car has brakes, you know, but who puts the brake on? So my question is, who does the dimming? I would love to have control of that dimming switch because I'm the one who's looking at the sign. Okay? So I don't see how the residents of PPP have been considered at all in any of this planning stage in this whole beautiful PowerPoint presentation, which I have to compliment somebody on because they did a lot of work, but it certainly doesn't show what I see out of my condominium and hundreds of other residents at PPP that see what they see out of their window.
Thank you.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So please, please do not approve this tonight. Let's have some more discussion on it. Thank you.
Is there time to come up when I know the client time has started, or
just
whenever?
We'll start timing when you start speaking.
Well, I'll try to do this quickly so I can cover a lot of stuff. So I'm an owner and a resident at Pacific Park Plaza and have been for several years. Love the view. I want to also thank you guys for all of your work and service to safeguard our community, our environment, and the city's solvency. Just try to rifle through a lot of these so I make sure I get to cover everything. You know, I'm here because I am concerned about the continued proliferation of the electronic signs in our community. Some of my neighbors and community members and yourselves as well have raised a lot of the same questions. You know, I'd like to ensure the commissioners and staff are very mindful of you know, helping us protect the sanctity of our natural environment. While I was writing some thoughts down the other day, I watched a bird dive into the water and catch some fish. It was a beautiful thing. And so I understand that businesses need signs, but I think that you know, there is the, you know, being considerate to the right to our quiet enjoyment of our private property. So you know, I'd like to ask the commissioners to commit themselves to ensuring that we prevent any further light pollution, electronic advertising, and that we're on the lookout for these, you know, types of nuisances. Couple of thoughts that came up. White light, I think by scientific definition, is the brightest, and if I understand correctly, that was what was originally approved. But that's something to think about. You know, if it's going to be white, maybe it does need to be a lot dimmer. That's full spectrum of light. If the business is closed at night, why does the sign need to be on? Are they getting visitors from the ocean that need to see it from the north? And when you think about some traffic lights, you know how if you're not directly in front of a traffic light at a traffic signal, you don't see it? It does have that directional element. Is there a way to recess these lights so that you can't see it from the sides? It would protect all the communities, and maybe you've got to be far enough down the freeway where you can't even see it at all because the light might be recessed. Just some thoughts. you know, we've had past advertising signs and those companies that made promises, but as we know, those promises were violated, or those signs which have a certain permanence didn't necessarily meet all the expectations we had when they were originally approved. So those are some of my thoughts. I don't know if I have a lot more time, but those are the things that I want to kind of try to bring to light and help people think about. And then I don't understand why we want to have so many different colors. You know, I guess there are different colored signs, but seems like other businesses have just one sign, not too many logos. And I hope the owner's not embarrassed to be part of our community here in Emeryville in the East Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
I have one other question for Mr. Salmon. Could you talk to us a little bit about the cutoff on the light, about the directional aspect, about how visible it is going to be from different angles, and how much uplighting there's going to be and light pollution going?
Okay. So the letter depth is 5 inches, right? And so what we do is we install the LEDs at the back of that 5-inch depth. So they're mounted against the back inside of the letter. I think that no matter what, you're going to get spillage, you're going to get light. It's, at this point, there isn't a technology that controls and funnels or channels light in one particular direction. I can say that, and I know that white is part of the subject to approval, but anything outside of that, really red is probably one of the most garish colors. Blue, if you went in that direction, it puts off a very hazy appeal or effect. So white is really kind of the most clean lighting source there is in terms of signs for high-rises. Does that answer your question in terms of how to control light?
No, it was more sort of the range of whether there's any ability for cutoff. Like when you have fixtures, architectural fixtures, that you can specify that they cut off so that they're not spilling light over to adjacent properties and not uplighting.
When it comes to LED internally illuminated channel letters, you're going to get light spillage. You're going to pick up the light effect from a variety of different angles, aside from standing directly next to it and the light being blocked by the side of the the channel letter or the aluminum itself. So when it comes to light fixtures that you put on buildings and whatnot, those typically have shrouds. You've got particular bulbs and luminescence that have 90 degrees, 180 degrees, or tube lights that are 360. Not so much in channel letters.
And while you're still up there, I have a question on one of the drawings. So it's the drawing that has the section of the logo and the section of the letters. It's sheet 4. So I guess it's kind of an observation as well as a question. For the logo, the depth of I'll just call it the depth of the channel is 6 inches for the logo, the circles, whereas for the letters, it's 5 inches. It has a 1-inch standoff from the fascia, it looks like, but the channel of the letter is 5 inches deep. So I'm curious as to why that thickness or that depth isn't the same as the depth of the circles.
Sure. If I recall correctly, if you looked at the building in section, there's a top panel that then comes into a reveal and then goes down, and the building itself, the top panel protrudes over 1 additional inch. And so it was very important to the design team and BRG that everything be on the same plane. That's why we had those variations in depth.
Okay. Oh, it is 5 inches? Okay, because at the bottom it said it was 6 inches.
Yeah, because it's flush and there's a...
Got it. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Thank you. So then it's really it's actually 5 inches.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a question for the one of the founders, but if there's a question for you, for anyone else.
I do have a question.
So you don't have to keep going back and forth.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. So when I saw initially when I saw perforated vinyl, I thought that the LED bulbs were perforating through the vinyl, but I think I realize now that's not the case. So the perforations are just to allow the white Lexan face to show through that vinyl, right?
That's correct. The perforation gets overwhelmed or overcome by the intensity of the LED lights, therefore appearing white. at night.
Okay.
And I can go back to the slide that gives you examples if that's helpful.
No, that's all right.
That's all the
Thank you.
questions I have for AeroSign. Question for one of the founders. Two questions, actually. So the first question is, how many employees do you have in your Emeryville location in this building?
That number changes every day.
So roughly, approximately?
It's more like 120.
Okay. And how did you come up with your brand or logo? Just describe
Yes,
that.
so we've just gone through a rebranding. This is a brand new logo that we actually released about a month ago. We have a history in our firm of being in the litigation area. So we've done a lot of consulting related to litigation or in more adversarial settings. Now we're moving into more just pure consulting services that are in a non-adversarial setting. So we rebranded for that purpose. So that's the evolution of our logo. This is a new logo that we released a month ago. Originally, why do we have our name, carrying the Berkeley name is the firm is founded at the origin from a group of PhD economists that were out of Berkeley. And a lot of people on staff are on the Berkeley faculty, as well as many, many other faculties of Ivy Leagues and other universities throughout the U.S. and the world, actually. So there's a strong academic heritage to the firm. And so Berkeley was an element that we thought would carry that academic heritage, just because of the university. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
All right.
All right, so if there are no other questions, I think we should move along to our comments on this so we can get moving. Commissioner Gunkel, do you want to start?
Sure. So yeah, I mean, I guess I feel a little conflicted because the master sign program would allow a larger all-white sign, whereas this is a smaller sign that's dimmable and has some, portions of it that are blue that probably aren't as bright. At the same time, I have a hard time finding that any sign of this nature at the top of a high-rise meets this requirement of, it being necessary because of the nature of the establishment and its location. I mean, I think most people, probably all people going to this building either know exactly where it's at or they're looking at their smartphone or their GPS so they know how to get there. I think the sign being illuminated at night when the business isn't even open sort of proves that it's really more than anything an advertisement, basically a billboard. And, I think looking out across the sky, looking out across the bay, seeing illuminated signs at the tops of buildings, basically advertisements floating up out there, sort of, is a little bit of a blight to the view. And I think a lot of cities are starting to avoid having signs at the top, like illuminated signs at the tops of buildings. I know some cities still allow it. Oakland has some signs. I don't think San Francisco allows it. And I think, personally, I think we shouldn't allow it. But unfortunately, this is already, they could go up there and put a sign twice the size of this, white, straight across the top of this, and without our approval at all. So that's where I'm conflicted.
Yeah, I agree with your comments, with Commissioner Gunkel's comments, excuse me. I'm just having trouble, making the first finding, which is partly why I asked the question of what's the purpose of the logo, what's the history of the brand, how does it relate to the business. And so the first finding that we have to make is the proposed sign is necessary because of the nature of the establishment and its location. I guess I'm troubled with how to confirm that it's necessary to have a sign there for this type of business. And furthermore, why would it need to be lit in the evening? I'm also challenged with that as well. When I think back on the art.com situation, I remember thinking and commenting at that time that their sign being on, the north-facing sign being on at night, it didn't really make a lot of sense to me as to who that sign was directed at, because it's facing the freeway, it's facing cars that are driving southbound, and really there's no real need to look up and see a sign there, even for advertising purposes. And because the business is closed at that time, similar reason, it's just more or less there for advertising. So I'm having trouble making that finding. Yeah, that's all the comments I have.
I'm pretty much on exactly the same page with that. I understand that you could have a white sign with letters and it wouldn't even be in front of us and it would be up there, but I'm really bothered by the sign creep that's happening in town with more and more illuminated signs, and I don't think that they add to the identity of our town. I think that they're distracting, and I think that the Dublin sign was a bad example, because I think that the Dublin corridor is one of the worst examples of over signage and garish signage, and I don't really like that. But in terms of if there's so is there really a sign by right because of this master sign program that was approved? Just a sign can?
I'm not sure if I would exactly say it was by right, but the commission has already, by virtue of the master sign program, approved individual white letter signs on the tops of each of these buildings. So staff would, just approve that administratively if it conformed to the parameters of the master sign program.
Right. Well, in terms of the way the sign looks in relation to what's permitted, I think it's tasteful and it's smaller and it's not offensive, but I hope that it's really dimmable. So.
Well, I lived for 30 plus years in a neighborhood in West Los Angeles called Brentwood, and we had a specific plan for our main boulevard that didn't allow any backlit signs. And when big chains would come in to open a store there, they'd be infuriated. And we just tell them, hey, that's life. Don't want to be here? You don't have to be, but if you're going to be, you have to follow our standards. Well, that isn't the case here, unfortunately. I've sort of proposed backlit, disbarring backlit signs, but I haven't gotten anywhere with it. I think that what they proposed is reasonable, all things considered.
It's pretty much unanimous. We all feel the same way, and what I'm seeing is definitely much better than what they could do according to the master sign program. And I would much rather see something that's smaller in scale, tucked in a corner. The logo doesn't bother me, because if we're going to have signs, we might as well have some artistic element to the sign, so it's not just a bunch of white letters sitting on a building. So as it is, I am glad that they could come to us and ask if this is a better idea. I think this is a better idea than what they could just come back tomorrow with and say, fine, commission said no, we want to put a sign twice the width, all white letters right in the middle of that building, and according to this, we'd have to do that. And I would not like to see that on that building. I think that would be really unattractive. So being that we're kind of in a catch-22, I think this proposal, and I'd have to say as it is, not as with the staff recommendation of relocating it towards the Watergate community, I think that is what I would have to support.
Well, Commissioner Cardoza, I think you might actually have some traction to get somewhere with your opposition to backlit signs, because I think clearly this planning commission is not going to in the future approve any master sign programs like this one. I have exactly the same concerns that have all been voiced here. I'm just conflicted about this for so many reasons, but I also have a hard time making the first finding. But given that I think that this sign is better than all of the alternatives. So given that there is a sign allowed in this location under the master sign program that's bigger, I'm just struggling with that. Also, I just, in general, I hate the sign findings. I hate them. They're on a collision course with each other. We have to find that the sign is no larger than necessary to adequately identify the establishment, and we have to find that the sign will be readable. So the sign has to be as big as it has to be read, but it can't be any bigger than that. So I just hate them. It presupposes that there is one perfect size for the sign. And then also, I don't like being presented with a, I don't like being presented here this late with something that's contradictory to the staff recommendation, but I think it probably is superior. It just sort of looks better on the building. I just, don't like the methodology. So, given that, I guess I'll do the deed and make the motion to approve it as it is.
Can I ask a question of staff? So does the master sign program state anything about hours of illumination?
No.
So there's no by right hours of illumination in the master sign program?
Well, illuminated signs are allowed. I think the signs are allowed to be illuminated, right?
24/7 or?
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
means.
I believe the master sign program is silent on the issue.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, do we have the ability to, and you also, if they decided, if we rejected, say, this sign and they went with the all-white sign, would you or we have the ability to, ask that or require that the sign be only illuminated until 8 p.m. and something along those lines?
I don't think we could do that under the master sign program. I think you can probably do that as a condition of this sign if you wished.
As a condition of approval.
All right.
So what were you suggesting?
Well, I'm just wondering, say we made this a condition of approval for this sign, that it only be illuminated till 8 p.m., 9 p.m., something along those lines. If they went back and just tried to follow the master sign program and submit an all-white sign across the building, would they then be allowed to have it illuminated 24/7, or could the same restriction be placed on it by staff?
Question.
I don't believe so. I mean, a master sign program is basically a review by staff to confirm that it conforms to whatever the master sign program says. So if the master sign program, as approved by the commission, says the sign has to turn off at a certain time, then that's what our approval would say. But we don't really have the ability to impose any additional restrictions. Like, for example, at Bay Street, there's a master sign program that says that the wall signs can't be more than, let's say, 75% of the width of the front of each store. And if we looked at a sign and thought it was too big and said it shouldn't be more than 50% the width of the front, well, we can't do that because the Planning Commission has already approved a master sign program that says that it can be 75%.
But we could make that a condition of approval if we approve this sign.
Yes, because the master sign program says that a sign that is not solely individual light letters has to come back to the Planning Commission for a separate approval, for a separate individual approval.
Well, I suggest maybe we ask the applicant to comment on this.
On restricting the hours of the sign?
Yes.
Are you guys opposed to if we ask you to turn it off at 9 o'clock?
Or 10 o'clock or whatever?
Yeah.
Hello. So in terms of controlling or mandating a specific time that it turns on or off, I think that the first thing we need to look at is summer versus winter, right? So, you know, when we're at the longest point of the summer, it's getting dark when it's pushing 9 o'clock. On the other hand, in the winter, it's getting dark at the shortest day at you know, just around 5. I think that BRG would like to have some exposure as long as possible at night, and I think that's one of the kind of elegant parts of a sign. I know you may disagree if a sign could be elegant, but we do have the dimmable ability on it, and so, you know, maybe we look at having Sarah or somebody come out, and once the sign's installed, and we can look at a particular range in that dimming sequence as agreeable and go from there. And I would imagine that BRG would, you know, potentially want it turned off by 1 o'clock. I don't know. But in terms of the sign program, it doesn't mandate one way or another. Any comments on that?
Well, the goal here is really to be a good citizen and to be part of the community as a business that's growing, that's viable. So we could go with the plain white 364 square foot sign tomorrow, and we've thought about it. That's not why we're here. So I think we're willing to work with you and your staff to make sure that we're not the kind of brand that you know, wants this sort of bright light look at me. It's more of a understated. If anything, if we're going to err on one side, it's going to be the side we're going to err on. So I don't know how we put that as a condition in the acceptance, but you have my word, and I'm willing to put that in writing that we're going to work with the commission and the staff to make it work.
Well, I don't know where that leaves us.
Can I make a subsequent motion?
By all means.
That we approve it as recommended by staff, but not relocate the north sign to the west, keep it in the east, and that we have the sign turn off at 10 o'clock at night.
Turn off when?
At 10 o'clock at night. That gives them plenty of time during the summer to get.
Turn on what, at 6 in the morning?
It's not going to pay them to light it in during the day.
Yeah.
Right, it's not lit during the day.
There's no point lighting it during the day. You're not going to see anything else. So it gives them the period of a dark period of when they could see it. And I think it would be agreeable with the neighbors that they would at least get some peace at night that the sign wouldn't be on. I mean, again, we're in a catch-22. We can have a really bad sign that's lit 24 hours a day, or we could do this sign and put some conditions. This is the only place we can put conditions.
But we can dim it, and
I think it's going to remain dimmed at one level. I don't think we're going to see it go up and down. I think we're going to see it at one level and stay at that level and turn off.
There's currently a condition that it be dimmable, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's also a condition of the master sign program. I've pulled the master sign program up here on my computer.
From my understanding of dimmable, this means that if it's lit and it's too bright, everyone thinks it's too bright, you go and dim it. And if you think it's still too bright, you dim it. I don't think it's a dimmer that you increase intensity certain times a day and decrease intensity certain times a day. I think it's just you find what works and you leave it there and you turn it off.
But I think it could be on a schedule like that. I mean, if we wanted to say it dims at 60% at 10 o'clock or something.
Possibly,
you know.
yeah. And is it programmable to do that?
It's
I don't see why not. We'd have to review it with the electrician.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, maybe then if you want to say that we dim it 60% at 10 o'clock at night, I'm not opposed to that.
I'd go along with that.
I would second your proposal to have it go off at 10 or maybe 11 o'clock at night. I mean,
Well, do we want to?
I don't see the purpose of it after that.
Do we want to pick a time?
I think 11.
11?
I think 11.
Okay, so my motion is to put the approve as submitted the plan, but add a condition that it turns off at 11 o'clock at night.
I think that's more than reasonable, given that there are many other signs in that vicinity that are much worse than this that don't turn off at all, and that you know, they could come back with a far larger sign that they wouldn't have to turn off.
Chair Moss, can I just get a clarification on the motion? Is that the staff recommendation in terms of
that's the applicant's request.
In terms of the location?
Correct.
Of the sign?
I don't want to see it move towards Watergate.
Yeah. All right.
Can I do a straw poll? Like, how does everybody feel about making the time, say, 9 o'clock?
I'd like to know the applicant's intention about whether they're going to say, okay, thanks, we're going to go back and just take the logo off.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, we're really open to working on this issue. It's also a big investment, and I think we're willing to work with the staff and the commission to dim it or find a good hour and a good percentage. But being forced to shut it off, we're probably going to revert to the original master plan, which is one of the reasons why we actually moved in those towers in the first place. We have 2 of the floors of that top building, 2 of the top floors of that building. So I would probably support going ahead with our plans if we have something like a 10:30, 60% dimming, or whether it's 60 or 65 or 50, I don't know.
And would that be 60% of full volume or 60% of the established volume of what the city believes the intensity of that light should be?
I'm not an expert. I know when you say 60%, sometimes it looks like it's 95%.
I wouldn't want to put a percentage on because we don't know what that's going to look like. I would say that to work with staff to achieve a percentage that is substantially dimmed after whatever time it is.
Or I could say a percentage that whatever the city settles on as the full daytime or first evening intensity, that the light be dimmed 60% of that.
No.
So it's
But in the evening when it's on.
Yeah, we would be willing to work with you on that. They're like billboards, they dim at night. So I think that's just normal. And so we would be really open to do that, and we'll find what that percentage is.
Can I take a stab at fashioning this condition of approval?
Thank you.
What about something like the nighttime brightness of the sign shall be set to the satisfaction of the planning director, or community development director, I'm sorry. And shall, at whatever time we decide, shall be reduced to a brightness approximately 60%, we'll just say approximately 60% of that brightness also to the satisfaction of the community development director.
That sounds fair enough.
Is that, does the staff feel like that's an implementable condition?
So are you saying that at the beginning of the evening, the community development director would establish that the light would be at a certain level, and then after whatever time, let's say 10 o'clock, 10:30, it would be then lowered to 60% of that original?
That's right.
But yeah, the staff would also sort of approve that other reduced level, but I want to be clear that we're looking for that it would be about 60% of the original.
Why don't we just say substantially reduced level?
Yeah.
Substantially reduced, that's fine, yeah.
I think we're just getting more and more subjective, and there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to be staring at this thing, and I mean, the fact that there hasn't been any kind of input on their part, or coordination with from the, like, any kind of public hearing other than this, where it's basically being decided. I don't know. I mean, I feel like we should have it turn off at 11, but, or that the applicant meet with any interested parties regarding exactly how dim it'd be set at 11 o'clock. I don't know.
I just don't see.
That still makes it subjective, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see how you can do that without having the sign up there so that people can see what they're looking at. And then once you pay to have the sign, that's kind of not workable.
I think it should just turn off at 11.
I would second your motion.
Okay. All right.
What's the motion?
Wait. We don't have a motion on the floor right now.
Wait. You were making the motion.
You started Commissioner Keller started to make a motion. And it's being amended. So right now, we don't have a motion on the floor.
I would like to make my motion with Commissioner Moss's suggestions on the dimming of the light. So when it first comes on, it's at 80% of full volume of intensity, and then at 11 o'clock at night?
Staff is going to
No,
decide.
staff will determine.
Okay.
Staff will
Yeah.
determine, and then the
And then
second
once
part-
staff is determined and that's set, that's where it stays?
Yes.
No, then they reduce it at X hour.
Right, but those are the two
Staff
intensities. Once that's determined, that's where it stays. So it's at that intensity during these hours, and then 11 o'clock it goes to the lower intensity.
Yes, or actually.
But without actual percentage numbers, just
Correct.
substantially
Correct.
dimmed.
Right.
Okay,
Just
with that language.
Substantially reduced brightness.
So that's clear as mud to you guys?
At what time? What time?
11
are we-
o'clock.
11 o'clock, okay.
Are you looking at me? Would you like me
All
to
right,
vote?
I'm just waiting
so
for
I will second your motion.
Okay, this will be a challenge, but we'll do our best, assuming this passes, we'll do our best to implement that direction. At 11 p.m., was that the?
Yes.
And with the location as proposed by the applicant, is that
Yes,
correct?
That's implicit, right. Okay, I think we understand. So that was, let me just make sure I have this. That was moved by Commissioner Keller,
Correct?
seconded by
Me.
Chair Moss. And are we ready to vote? Okay. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
I abstain.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
And Chair Moss.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 abstention. The application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
I'd like to make a follow-up comment. So I think it was last year we were deciding what our retreat would be, and we were going to choose between the family-friendly housing and I believe we were going to do signs. So I'd like to bring that up again, that, I think it's important for us to rectify this situation so that we're not continuing being put in this catch-22 situation, because clearly our guidelines for signs have evolved and we still have that old language. So I would like to suggest that we have a study session to revisit this language.
Okay.
A field trip to Vegas.
Yeah.
And field trip to
Dublin.
Dublin would be
Dublin. That's about as close as we're going to get. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I was also sort of disappointed when we changed the field trip to something other than that, because I was looking forward to
I wasn't
learning more about
disappointed,
signs.
but I was just torn. I felt like we needed both, but we had to choose.
Well, now we do this one.
Now we do this one.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Okay. Let me just say that we have had some staffing changes, and also just due to the nature of the economy right now, as you can imagine, we're very busy at staff level. So adding additional assignments, such as sign regulations, is something that we're going to have to figure out how we can work into our
Well, and I think
workload.
since it's going to be an outside tour, we probably want to wait till the spring. We don't want to be touring these during the rainy season, I wouldn't think.
Well, okay, I thought the concept previously was that you wanted to look at
last time
signs
it
at
was
night.
more like September, I think, was when we
that's
were
true.
And you want to do it
considering
when
doing
it's
this in
dark
September.
early.
No, that's true. Well, we can always go at night in April.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
well,
trying to give you some time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I
we'll
I
work
also think
together.
it's a good idea, especially because there's another master sign program that's going to be coming up really soon, and we're going to have to be dealing with these issues, and with every new development that's coming up, we're going to have to deal with it. So, yeah.
And, right, on that note, just let me say thank goodness the next item is continued.
Hey,
No kidding.
So yeah,
I
so
couple it.
thank you for that segue.
3 down
so,
and 4 to go.
So yes,
Take a
so
break
with
now,
that,
I think, or-
can we do one more?
Okay.
Yeah.
I need a restroom break.
Oh, okay. All right. So, okay, we're gonna take a real quick, try to make it 5-minute break, and when we come back, we'll do the action recap, and then we'll move on with the public hearings.
Let me note that the food that had been in the link has been moved down to the kitchen. So if you want any of that, you can go down to the garden level.
with public hearings. The next one is Doyle Street Lofts. Can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Oh, right, okay. I thought Commissioner Gunkel was missing, but he's not. All right, so now we're looking at 5532 Doyle Street. This is a proposal to demolish 2 existing residential units and replace them with 2 new existing residential units. So here is the site location. It's outlined in red, 5532 Doyle Street. Here's Doyle. Directly to the north is Stanford, and to the north of that is Powell. San Pablo is to the east, and Hollis would be to the west. So project overview, as I said, this is demolishing 2 existing residential units and replacing them with 2 new residential units. There's 5 separate sets of required findings for a conditional use permit, a development bonus which overlaps with the conditional use permit demolition, design review, and variance. Here's the existing site. The arrows roughly coordinate with perspectives of the photos. As you can see, the existing one does not have much visual permeability to it. It's a very solid face with 2 basically small cottages behind it. There's space for 2 tandem parking spaces on the property that are existing. And here's some more photos from the rear. To the south of the property is a parking lot used for Doyle Street Cafe. And the pictures on the right are of the rear unit area. And here are the proposed renderings. It's a little bit different, as you can see. The front area is much more permeable in visibility, both into the site and out of the site with the windows and the low fencing. And it's all built on the north side of the property where there's a tall 20-foot wall that's existing on the adjacent property. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later. And here's a perspective from the south, the front unit and the rear unit. The parking is located between and underneath the 2 buildings for 2 of the spaces, and there's another parking space towards the back of the lot. Here's a proposed site plan, pardon me. There's a 10-foot required setback in the front, 15-foot required setback in the back, 3 foot on the side that overlaps also with the driveway area that goes the length of the property. And then no setback on here. This is what the variance is being requested for because it borders that 20-foot wall. This site plan correlates with the elevation below. So you're seeing both essentially the ground floor view as well as the elevation from the south. Here's the proposed ground floor units. The front unit is 1 bedroom. You go up the stairs to the bedroom area. And the rear unit is 2 bedrooms. You go up the stairs to the 2nd floor for the bedrooms there as well. The cars are placed between the buildings, and there's also an enclosed place for the trash separating the 2 parking spaces. And here's that upper floor I mentioned. There's an openness to both units. They're open to the 1st floor. So for the loft style, thus the title of Doyle Street Lofts. And there's the 1 bedroom, and there's the 2 bedrooms, as well as a large storage area for the rear unit. So here are the elevations for the proposed front unit. The front unit is highlighted here. This is from the south perspective. On the upper left hand, we have the east elevation, so that would be facing the rear unit. Next to that is the perspective from the street. There's the fence, an existing avocado tree that's to remain. And then this is the west elevation, so without the fence. And here's a proposed rear unit, once again highlighted. And then on the upper left, we have the east elevation. So that would be facing the backyard, and the west elevation, which would be facing the front unit. The proposed landscaping is consistent with the water efficient landscaping ordinance, which requires water efficient plantings and permeable driveways and parking areas to whatever extent is reasonable. In this case, it's most of the area. And also permeable pathways when they are also contain stepping stones. So here's the zoning analysis.
There's several standards here. The first of which is the floor area ratio. The maximum floor area ratio that's permitted in this area is 0.5. The lot is approximately 3,000 square feet, so that leaves 15,000 square feet of living area. And the applicant is proposing total at 15,000 square feet, and 1,500 square feet total for both units together, combined. The building height maximum is 30 feet. This is substantially lower than that. It's roughly the same height as the wall that it's on the north side of the building, 20 feet. The residential density, the base is 20 units per acre, and the bonus is 35 dwelling units per acre. That calculates out to a base of 1 dwelling unit or 2 dwelling units with the bonus. The applicant is going for the 2 dwelling units, also because it's required for the demolition of the existing units. You need to replace the existing units 1 per 1, so this is an overlapping requirement. I hope I'm making sense with this. Okay, good. So 35 units per acre is 2 units, and he's also required to replace the 2 existing units, so this is consistent. Off-street parking, existing, there's 2 tandem spaces. The applicant is proposing 3 spaces, which is consistent with our regulations. And they're placed, as I stated before, towards the middle and rear of the unit. The required setbacks are 10 feet in front, 15 to the rear, and 3 on the sides. This is consistent with this, except for the north side of the property because of that 20-foot wall. And so a variance is required to remove that required 3-foot setback on the north side of the property. And demolition, as I stated, replacing both existing units. So conditional use permit findings. So the proposed use is consistent with the general plan. It provides a diverse mix of housing. It's preserving the residential neighborhood and character of the Doyle Street neighborhood. It's not increasing bulk or changing the character at all. The land use is consistent with the land use diagram of the general plan, the maximum building heights of the general plan, and the floor area ratios as well. Secondly, the characteristics and design of the proposed use are compatible with the neighborhood. It's in line with the other building heights and designs in the neighborhood. Thirdly, the proposed use is compatible with the utilities and emergency response system. It's consistent with the capability of the water supply, wastewater disposal, fire, police systems. It's not increasing the demands based from what's currently there. Fourth, the proposed use contributes to the general well-being of the community. The proposed dwelling units at this location will provide new high-quality residential units and home ownership opportunities in an existing residential neighborhood. Fifth, the proposed use complies with the planning regulations and is consistent with the planning regulations. The findings for development bonus. So this is for the 35 dwelling units per acre, which result in 2 units for the small site. Firstly, the proposed project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in regards to building scale, form, materials, and street orientation. It is consistent with all of those things. Secondly, the proposed project minimizes the appearance of the driveway and parking areas. And this is true as well. There's a maximum width permitted of 10 feet for the driveway, and the applicant is proposing a 9-foot driveway. For demolition findings, firstly, the applicant will provide at least the same number of dwelling units as the demolished structures. The applicant is doing that. And additionally, one of the existing structures is a 1-bedroom and the other is a 2-bedroom. Of the new proposed structures, one is a 1-bedroom and one is a 2-bedroom. So it's consistent with bedrooms as well, which is not required, but is a bonus. Secondly, the replacement structures feature design quality that is at least as high as the structures to be demolished, and the design is compatible with the neighborhood. The proposed structure and design conform to the current code and are compatible with the neighborhood, and are improvement in that there is better visibility from on the property to outside of the property in the public right-of-way. Third, the elimination of the residential structures will not be material detrimental to the housing needs or the public interests of the affected neighborhood, and it is not they're providing the same number of units with the same number of bedrooms. Major design review findings. Firstly, the design of the project is consistent with the general plan. We've already been over some of the general plan findings. This is also consistent with these ones, the diversity of building types, preservation of existing small-scale residential quality of older neighborhoods, infill residential. It's not having continuous garage face, and it's providing activation at the lot frontage and minimizing the visible off-street parking. Secondly, the design of the project conforms to the Emeryville design guidelines. It uses permeable paving or materials for the driveways and pathways. It's considering the edge conditions and transition areas during the design to ensure compatibility. The way the site is designed, to the north there's much taller buildings, and there's the 20-foot wall. Then there's these buildings that are at 20 foot high, and that steps down to the surface level parking lot. So it creates a nice slope. Also, the waste containers are screened between the two buildings, and as mentioned before, the visual and physical impacts of the parking are limited. Thirdly, the project is of a high design quality that is compatible with and will not adversely affect the surrounding area. And staff finds that proposed development is of a high design quality that is consistent with the design guidelines and is compatible with the neighborhood. For the setback variance findings, the proposal for which the variance is sought is consistent with the general plan. These are overlapping with earlier ones, same themes. Variance findings, the proposal for which the variance is sought is consistent with the general plan. So the land uses will be consistent with the land use classifications and land use diagrams. The maximum building height will be defined by the maximum building heights diagram. What this means is that the building height is consistent with that 30-foot maximum, and it's also consistent with the floor area ratios. Secondly, for the variance findings, a strict application of the planning regulations would deprive the property owner of privileges enjoyed by owners of other properties in the same zoning district. I apologize. So there's not many properties that, if any, that have a 20-foot tall wall along the property. That's an atypical situation. And requiring the 3-foot setback along that wall would not increase the light or really air circulation for the people on that property. And it would not, sorry, pardon me, and the wall prevents lights or views normally provided by required setbacks. The wall also provides additional site constraints on the narrow 30-foot lot, which would make it much more difficult and challenging to configure the required 2-unit replacements and parking. Thirdly, a variance is necessary for the preservation of the property rights possessed by other conforming properties in the vicinity, and a variance would not constitute a special privilege. So staff finds that a variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights that are possessed by other conforming properties that are not bordered by a wall over 20 feet in height. Fourth, granting the variance would not be material detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. So staff finds that the variance would not be detrimental to the public, and due to the existing solid wall, the adjacent property will not be deprived of light or air. And fifth, the conditions upon which the requested variance is based would not be applicable generally to other property in the same district. As stated before, there's not many, if any, properties with 20-foot walls along the edge of the property. Staff recommends approval of this project consistent with the conditions of approval. I'm available for questions, and the applicant is also here, Alex Bergtron, and he also has a presentation ready for you, so however you'd like to proceed forward.
So this project is not subject to the new impact fees that we've had, the developer impact fees?
It is, so it has, the fees were submitted with your packages, or packets rather, and
I'm thinking specifically of the, you know which question I was going to ask, the affordable housing?
Yeah, it's not because it's ownership. So
right, because they're
okay, so not for rent. These are not rentals.
That's correct. The applicant is proposing to do a condo map for these later, and that would mean that they're going to be ownership housings and not subject to affordable housing fee.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ownership, because it's ownership, it's subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance, which was always in effect, and that dedication of affordable units doesn't kick in until a higher number of units.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question, just for clarification and understanding of the site conditions. The existing 20-foot wall
yes.
for the Icon
yes.
apartment building, that does not conform to the 3-foot setback for the property line, does it?
No, but those were built before.
Right, but
I'm not sure what the conditions of approval, but no, that site is also not conforming
So,
to
okay.
the, that's correct, to the
I just want to
existing
make that clear
standards.
that it's currently not conforming either.
That's correct.
So you've stated that the height of the buildings and the height of the adjacent wall are about the same.
Yes.
I think the buildings are said to be a little bit taller, and in the rendering the walls a little bit taller. Is there an elevation difference between the two sites?
Yeah, let me go back to a photo for you here. Sorry, there's a lot of slides. We have a lot of findings to make this evening.
Oh, okay.
Front buildings.
So here we go. If you look at the bottom picture, this is taken from the parking lot in the foreground here where the car is, and then there's a wall, a fence that has vegetation over it. This is one of the units. You can vaguely see the 20-unit, this is existing unit, I should state. You can vaguely see the 20-foot wall behind it. And then behind that, on top of that, as part of the icon, there's the existing dwelling units are even taller.
Is that
Does
parking within that 20-foot walls, 20-foot high walls?
I'm not 100% sure about that. Is that the parking area? Does anybody know? It is parking? Yes. So it's a solid wall. There's no vents, there's no windows, it's just a solid wall.
And how that came about, you have no idea.
I wasn't here at that time.
It has to be a solid wall if it's on the property line.
Yeah.
Right, but being allowed to build on the property line.
Yeah.
That was industrial building that was built a long time ago. I don't know the vintage of it, but it was quite a long time ago. The area at that time was either zoned industrial or not zoned at all. And subsequently it was vacant, lost its legal non-conforming status. It was rezoned to the residential zone it's in now. Wasn't allowed to be used for an industrial use, even though it was an industrial building. And so it was converted to a residential use. But the old industrial building just had a big blank wall on the property line.
So it's an adaptive reuse building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Oh. Any other questions?
Approved by the Planning Commission, I might note, although different people.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
With that, we'll invite the applicant up.
Evening, I'm Alex Bergtraun. I'm the owner of the property. I'm also an architect. I don't want to go through a full presentation because Sarah's done a really nice job. And I do want to say that working with Sarah has been great on this because we have been all over the map trying to figure out what we could do on this site. And we've tried different things that some were working with the zoning, some weren't, and working with Sarah was great because we think we've come to a point where we've done a very nice balancing act on that site. My office is at 5500 Doyle Street on the corner of 55th and Doyle. We moved there about 17 years ago, and the reason we moved there was because it's my favorite street in the East Bay. It's that and Hines Street in Berkeley are my two favorite streets. And when it came time to find a place to have an office, we decided that we wanted to find something on Doyle, and we were lucky enough to find that space. I bring that up because I just want to say how much we care about this street. It's really important to us. And we were fortunate enough to about 10 years ago be able to buy that property. And so we've been waiting with these two really miserable buildings on the site. We've had great renters on the site, but miserable buildings. And we've been waiting for the right moment and the right confluence of events to be able to take them away and put two new buildings on the site. And we feel that this is the moment in the economy that we could do this. We tried doing this a little bit earlier, but 2007 had a few things going on. We're here now. Just wanted to say that as far as the design elements, we looked at the 20-foot, 6-inch high wall as a design feature, and we wanted to work with it as kind of a case of making lemonade out of lemons. And we felt that if we used it as a backdrop and we kind of staged this building form off of it and cascaded the form down, that we'd be making the best use of that site. Pushing it towards the building was the only way to make it work, because if you look at the existing houses that are on that site right now, the front house has a very strange, about 3 or 4 foot space in between it and the wall, and it actually makes for kind of a scary situation. So pushing against the building, against the wall, made the most sense to us. We also looked at very carefully the permeability of view from the street towards the site. We started off wanting to take a building and push it way back on the site, and working with Sarah, we decided to move it forward to create more eyes on the street, but at the same time we wanted to save the avocado tree that was in the front. We consider it a great amenity on the site. In fact, Charlie probably remembers me being the guy trying to protect the avocado tree when the Icon project went in, and so I thought I'd be a hypocrite if I came back and said, now let's rip out the avocado tree.
Yes, I remember it clearly.
Yes. The building that was there prior to the Icon was the Sunrise Specialties building, and they made bathtubs, and we were there when they were doing that. The Icon building going in was really a nice improvement for the site, and we feel that finally this is really, aside from the parking lot itself, this is the only blighted property on the street. So we think that we're adding some viability to the street. And I'm here for answering any questions if you have any.
I have a couple.
I forgot to mention that up on the dais is the materials board that Alex submitted, as well as some information about the fence.
Those were my two questions.
Okay, so I just cut you off
I want to
with
know what
appropriate
the
information.
finish on the building is and what the fence is going to look like.
Yep. So the finish on the building is going to be a smooth stucco, and the window systems are all going to be Blumberg, and they're going to be a bronze anodized. We like to do a dark bronze anodized system because we feel that the windows then recede in view. The latest craze of doing mill finish on aluminum windows is not our cup of tea. So we like to do everything that kind of fades back. And as far as the color of the stucco, it's not going to be integral color, it's going to be painted, because we really don't like what happens to integral color buildings when you start patching it over time. So we picked a color that's kind of a gray sky blue so that it would recede back in view. Since the Icon building was done in a very light palette, we didn't feel that we should come back and do something really strong and harsh. So we actually looked at a color palette from an architect named Le Corbusier, a very famous architect. He actually came up with a color scheme of patterns, and we picked a sky blue color that we really like. And this is the color from Benjamin Moore that we did. As far as the front wall goes, the structure of the fence, it's 4 feet high, is going to be the dark bronze anodized structure, but the infill mesh on it is a mesh from McNichols that's kind of a woven fabric, and it's composed of rods with a woven wire and stainless steel. So,
is that transparent?
Yes, it's 51% transparent.
And the wall is only 4 foot high?
Yeah, it's 4 or 4'6". There's a requirement for how high the fence is.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly if it's 4 or 4'6", but we did the height that's required for that front fence.
And as pretty well known, I'm not a big fan of stucco, but it's more for how they often have to be repaired. But as an owner of the building, that's a problem that you have to endure. But have you looked at combining other finishes and the materials along with the stucco to create more of a visual interest architecturally?
Yeah, we actually think that this is going to be really cool because we're using steel in a raw finish that we are going to be finishing off for the roof eaves.
Okay, so the fascias are
across here.
Yeah. Okay.
And across here.
Mm-hmm.
And all the window systems, the Blumberg systems, are going to have a can't think of the word, metal, be powder coated metal between the Blumberg oil rub bronze. Mm-hmm. We're really excited about Blumberg because they went out of business for a while when Blumberg sold, Ralph Blumberg sold the business, and it's been bought by a consortium of people who really love Blumberg. It's very mid-century modern, and so has come back with thermally broken windows that we can do a really nice system for this. Actually, kind of the design partie we started from was looking at the Eames houses in Santa Monica, Charles and Ray Eames homes, and trying to create this industrial window system in a modern day finish that actually is thermally broken was the the partie where we started on that. And so we think that if you use stucco in the right way and in a controlled way, it can be really cool.
I guess I have one question. So the front unit has a door, has a sliding door that faces the street, right? Is that, I mean,
we
seems to
consider
me
it their
that's-
front garden. And so it's looking out onto the front. The real entry is from here, but we're considering this to open up. It's the living room space for that unit. And we have brought in pavers to come to the to that front space, but we don't consider it the front door. We look at it as kind of a garden patio. It's a little bit of a different take on the way that front is being used. We consider the whole front piece of the building through as, we call it a lantern. And it's a composition that goes all the way up. So I wouldn't look at it as sliding doors at the bottom floor. I look at it more as the way the composition works all the way through.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I believe there was an email that you all received
Yes.
from a concerned neighbor. I just wanted to point that out.
Yep, thank you. So, you want to start?
I like the project. I think this is a perfect example of a zero lot line use. That wall is never going to be good for anything. When I lived in Stockton, a developer did 2 new developments using a zero lot line, and I think it's an effective use, providing more livable space on a really narrow lot. And it's like he said, it's kind of making lemonade out of a lemon. And I would like to see something other than stucco. There's a house by Berkeley Bowl West that's all green stucco, and it's very smooth, very modern, and it does look good. So I think this will be definitely an improvement in the neighborhood. I think it's definitely right for the variance. That's it.
I think it's a terrific improvement over what's there now, and hope we see more of this in Emeryville.
I think that it's appropriate to grant the variance on that. There's not much you can do with a 20-plus foot wall. I like the way that the windows relate to the surrounding buildings in the neighborhood, but I would really like to see something on the upper story, at least on the rear building, that was a little bit more interesting. I think that the amount of stucco and those 4 windows, I don't think that the materials are rich enough, or there's something that is not looking, I think it needs more accent or something on it. I'm glad that the front fence is going to be permeable. That will activate the street, and I think that there needs, at least in the front lot, to be something more than just mulch in the front, besides the jade plant and the avocado tree.
I think that it's a really good use of a narrow lot. I also own a narrow lot with 2 buildings and have visions of what we're going to do with that property someday long term. It has a similar situation with a wall that's very close to it. So, I mean, based upon what you've submitted, I think it's definitely also appropriate to grant the variance. I don't really have any other comments on the design. I think it's in keeping with the neighborhood. I think it's, the choice of the stucco is personal. It's yours. It's not something I would do, but yeah, that's it.
So I will start by saying I really appreciate the kind of perfect storm of sort of development standards that you were up against. And I think you've worked really hard to come up with something that is good. I mean, it's crazy to me. I guess there was sort of no scenario that was allowed by right, because you had to preserve the 2 units, but then you needed a density bonus for 2 units. So that's kind of crazy to me. So I definitely, appreciate the situation you were in. And yeah, so I support the bonus and the use permit and the variance, although I don't like variances. They really should be used very selectively. I can support it in this instance. The one entitlement that I'm having a lot of trouble with, though, is the design review. I'm really concerned about the building and its interaction with the street. There is a finding that we have to make about sort of activating the street. And I was really encouraged to hear you say that you like the street and want to, and that's why you wanted to be there. But I don't know, just when I saw this building, I didn't think it. It seems like it's turning its back on the street, sort of. And the entrance to the front unit is around the back, and the existing house has a very usable front porch that hasn't worked its way into this design. The fence is the fence which you're allowed to do is 4.5 feet tall, but it's still a 4.5 foot tall fence. And it's it's kind of a cold material, and it's I don't know, it meets the requirements. It's 4.5 feet, it's 50% transparent, but I don't know how actually inviting it's going to look. I know there's a tall fence there now, but it's softened with a little bit of landscaping. I mean, it's not a very good, it's not a very good fence, but it's, at least has some softening with the landscaping. So anyway, I would support approving all of the entitlements, but I'm really, I really would like the applicant to work on sort of adding more interest to the building. I think Commissioner Donaldson was, noting that the rear building was kind of lacking interest. So I definitely would like to see additional articulation on both of the buildings, and just a reorientation of the front building so that it looked. I mean, this should look like. I mean, these are more or less sort of single-family uses. I mean, it's a duplex. It's 2 homes on a small lot, but they should look like single-family homes, and they should face the street like single-family homes and interact with the street like single-family homes. And I'm just really concerned that they're not going to do that.
Well, I think it does, because of what he describes as the lantern corner, which is 2 stories high, which definitely you're going to see over the fence, and becomes kind of a monument on the street, and particularly if you're driving north on Doyle Street. Your eye is going to be drawn to that. So I think it does give an identity. Definitely the rear unit with its open back corner is nice for the unit, but it doesn't say much other than that. And what you are going to see from looking over the Doyle Street Doyle Cafe parking lot is the rear unit 2nd story, which has kind of pedestrian windows sort of evenly spaced along there. But overall, I think the project's terrific.
And I'd like to chime in on that as well. I think, understanding what you're saying, I see this as a little bit more urban, and I do see, especially in relation to what's there, that this much more activates the street. Because if that's a back patio where people are going to barbecue, they're going to sit and have a glass of wine at night, the fence is permeable, they're going to see through it, people are going to see them. I think putting a door there just makes it a front entry that no one most likely would use. But I think this being a place that's a patio, it's going to activate the street, and along with the lantern component. And I like, in a perfect world, we can ask for everything, but what I like to do is compare what's there and how this improves on that. And I think this does all the things that it's asked to do. And as saying that it's pedestrian, I think as the architect mentions, Le Corbusier is more of a stark, simplistic kind of architect. That, I mean, it's way back in the 30s when he did this work and stuff, but I think it's what he's trying to say is he's trying to do a modern adaptation of that. And sometimes for some people, less is more. So I think this, we have a lot of personal feelings. Like, I don't like the stucco, but I think it's someone's home, and I think in terms of for the city of Emeryville, this is definitely improvement, and I feel that it meets all the design guidelines myself.
I think I like the front building. I like the way that it relates to the street. I like that it's got the glass in the front and an entry, even if it's not officially called the front entry. It's at the living room. It's fine with me. But I think the thing that is bothering me about the rear building is that it reminds me of a lot of these apartment buildings that we have around town that are small two-story apartments that are very plain, very spare, have some square windows, and I'm not seeing a richness of materials that elevates it from that stucco that looks like the 4-unit small apartments that we have around town. The ground floor, I think, is lovely with the windows that mirror the industrial windows around the rest of it, and the front of the front building with the lantern, I think that works, and the stucco expanses are small enough and are they're in different places, so it's more interesting. But that one facade with the 4 little windows and the big wall of stucco is making me respond negatively.
So I'm willing to give in a little bit of my comments about the interaction with the street, but I am going to make a motion, I think, nonetheless, that we continue this item and give the applicant an opportunity to work on these 2 sort of concerns, to do something to address them.
And it's going to be a very visible.
Would you
have suggestions so we don't have to have?
You come back to the microphone. Yeah.
So one suggestion that we could make.
Oh, yeah. Is there a portable one?
I feel extremely strongly about not putting the front door on the front because of the whole concept of this lantern coming through. But there's another piece of it that I completely forgot to mention. That is that we purposely brought the front door around so that there'd be more of a relationship, a communication between the 2 buildings. And by bringing it here, we felt that we're tying formally these 2 together, and we're also creating a relationship that will have the people speaking to each other more, and it's extremely important to us. As far as the windows go, the 4 windows, aside from the fact that the reality of this site is you really don't look at that elevation very much because of the way the site works. What we can do is we have 2 types of typologies of windows. We have the corner windows that we've brought the brake metal down to tie it into the forms of the canopy. And we could do the same thing with these windows, where we bring the brake metal up and it ties it into the eave around. We tried not to do that simply because we thought we had so much going on with the building that we were trying as a counterpoint to keep it a little simpler. But if the commission...
Use this if you want to apply.
Oh, this is great. Thanks. But... Do you hear me? Yeah. But if the commission feels strongly that these windows need to have a little bit more articulation, we can do that by creating brake metal at the headers on each of those, and that will tie it into the form. It'll actually create kind of a dentil that ties in with the cornice wrapping around.
That would help.
How do you feel about that?
I think it would help.
It helps. It doesn't.
So the window itself would actually go up to the roof line?
The window itself would not, but the header, because on the corners we have this header of brake metal coming down. Right here.
Oh.
So they would add that.
Oh, I see.
To there, yeah.
So the way we've been handling the corners, we brought the brake metal down to receive that. We could do easily the same thing here. to tie them around. We already have it happening on this corner and this corner. It's just these two windows. It might be that it's not clearly shown graphically, but these windows are not like these windows. They are full of brake metal that ties the same form of the oil rub bronze wrapping around the corner. We could do the same thing here.
I think that would help, and I would also really like to see a little bit of enhancement of the landscaping, especially in the front yard, because it's really bare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that what we've shown on the landscaping is you have a big avocado tree that does a lot of shading, and if people really want to have some eyes on the street, the existing landscape that's there has completely taken over, that you have no eyes on the street because of it. But if you'd like us to add more landscape, we can do that.
You can put low-growing stuff. Just bark mulch in the front yard is not going to last very well. I mean, there's plenty of low-growing, drought-tolerant shade things that will work in there. I just think you need a little bit more, little more green.
What can you suggest to enhance the interaction with the street? Can we do a 3-foot solid fence instead of a 4.5-foot transparent fence, or?
To be quite honest with you, the fence that we're proposing is a very expensive fence, and we could do anything, but we thought we were doing something that would actually bring up the quality of the street experience on that. It's the only fence other than cyclone fencing that we have on that street, and so we wanted to make sure that the building material that we use actually doesn't feel just like a fence, but is kind of a building material. And that's why we went to McNichols, which is high quality braided material, and we thought we were doing a good thing.
Personally, I really like it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And it is transparent.
It's transparent, and you've got big windows where you can see past the avocado. So I think it's fine.
We spoke with a neighbor from the co-housing who was a little bit concerned about eyes on the street, and I tried to explain to her that she would explain to the others that what we're talking about is a distance that is about here to that wall. And that's an 18-foot high wall of glass. And it's just 10 feet. It's not that much. So as far as your experience and engaging the street, the building itself is going to be really doing that. It's only 10 feet. The existing building that's there, the porch is at about 10 feet. The building itself is another 5 or 6 feet back, and it just feels always dark and closed. And that porch is not used the way, when people think of the word porch, that's not the porch they're thinking about. We're hoping that this will actually act as a lantern for the street. There are real concerns on the street about safety at night. And I mean, we've owned the building, as I said, for about 10 years, and there was actually a dead body that was left in front of this building, in front of the site. So we're trying to give as much light and eyes on the street as we possibly can.
I think that with the additional articulation of those windows on the south-facing side and a little bit of additional working with the staff to add a little bit of other landscaping other than mulch to the front, I would move approval.
I would second that.
Can I ask that we break the approval up into different resolutions for different entitlements, so that, because I want to be able to support the project without supporting the design review?
We've only prepared one resolution for you. And one thing I would note is that your action tonight is a recommendation to the City Council, because the City Council ultimately has to approve the project because it involves demolition of residential units. So the whole package, design review, use permit, variance, et cetera, is all going to the City Council for approval. And if we break it up into separate resolutions, if you deny one of those resolutions, you're still denying the project. So I would say it's either yes or no on the project.
That's fine. I personally want to make it very clear to the City Council that I support the project, but because of the design review, I can't vote for it. I can't vote to approve, so.
Well, one thing we can do is certainly, when we forward this item to the city council as part of our staff report, we can certainly add a narrative about how any particular commissioner might feel in their support or objection to the recommendation, if that would satisfy your need to communicate to the city council.
I suppose.
Okay, there's a motion.
I mean, we
Any
could
second?
divide it into separate resolutions, but that would have to be rewrite the whole thing.
Right, or if you give us just a second. I mean, we can do this.
And would we have,
vote on each one.
would we bring separate council then? Or we just wrap it all back? Or we could break out the design review as a separate thing and then have everything else as a package. We could, at your direction, I mean, we don't have to rewrite it tonight. We'll just take the text we already have and we can, rearrange it on the page to create one resolution about everything except the design review and another resolution that's just about the design review. Would that work for you?
That's what I was suggesting, just basically the findings sort of move around and
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can do that. So if you direct us to do that and vote tonight, we'll just go fix the paperwork later.
Yeah. Is that okay? Is that all right with everyone?
I don't want to complicate it anymore. I like the design. I think it's personal taste as opposed to meeting the requirements. So I'd like to take a vote on the motion in the second.
Right, so right now on the floor, we have Commissioner Donaldson's motion, which is presumably for the staff recommendation, and there's a second on that.
But that's with the caveat of adding.
Yes.
Adding
yes,
articulation and
with
some
her-
additional
And the
landscaping.
Right. So that's the motion on the floor. If there is a substitute motion that would be forwarded by another commissioner, then certainly, we would process it. But right now, we have Commissioner Donaldson's motion.
So you can have a substitute motion that has to be made and seconded, or a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor, and lacking both of those, then it's just the motion that's on the floor.
So I'll make that substitute motion to approve, to recommend to the city council approval of everything except the design review. Yes.
It seems like we're so close on the design, and we've been offering up some options that to take out design review, when we've actually spent so much time on the design on this, it seems like we're this close, and the timing on this project is really critical to us with the economy. I mean, it really is.
We're going to get to approving the design review. I'm just not going to vote for it. I mean, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a substitute motion. I have not heard a second for that motion yet. Apparently there is not a second.
Okay. Fails for lack of a second.
So are you ready to vote on the motion?
Yes. Yes.
And this is on Commissioner Donaldson's motion.
The only
Right.
motion?
Yep.
Right. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel is recused. Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Coomerly is excused. Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
And Chair Moss?
No.
So we have 4 ayes, 1 no, 1 recusal, 1 excused. So the motion passes. We will forward your recommendation to the City Council with, I think, revised drawings before it goes to the City Council. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so we will move on to our last public hearing, which is the TNE street tree removal. Can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, commissioners. So,
hello again.
Now we have the T&E street removal application for 1355 59th Street to remove an existing street tree and replace it. Here's the site location. This is flipped from our normal perspective. North is not towards the top of the page. It's towards the bottom. Here's the 59th Street right here. Hollis is to the right of that. Amtrak station is down the block. And Powell is up here at the top of the page. So for background into the situation, in March of 2008, a use permit and major design review were approved by the Planning Commission for Amherst. And as part of that, included the removal of an existing roll-up door. So now Amherst has a subtenant, T&E, and they would like to reinstall the roll-up door and the associated curb cut. They actually already have approvals to reinstall the roll-up door, but in order to do that and get the curb cut, they need to remove the tree. So that's why they're here tonight. So the only portion of this project you're looking at is the removal and replacement of the street tree. So the proposal is to remove the existing street tree out of the way of the curb cut for the driveway and replace it with a new street tree 12 feet to the west. So here's the existing site. As you can see, the planting strip is incredibly narrow here. And here's the existing facade of the building at the bottom of the page. And right here, where my cursor is the former site of the roll-up door, which is to once again be a roll-up door. And you can see that there's a tree directly in front of that area that was planted at some time between the old roll-up door and new roll-up door situation. We're not exactly sure when. So the proposed landscaping is water efficient, and they're proposing to replace with the existing tree type, which is a flowering plum. It does show the landscaping up here, but it's hard to see on these slides, so we'll talk about the specifics on a different slide. So here's the proposal, and where the red circles are is the area in question. So at the top you see the existing, at the bottom you see the proposed situation. So that the top there's a tree in front of some windows, and at the bottom there's no tree in front of a roll-up door. And the proposal is to move that tree, or get rid of the existing tree, plant a new tree, 12 feet to the west. So the existing tree is a flowering plum. It's in good health, and the trunk diameter is 4.6 inches. For the tree replacement, they're replacing with the same species. The recommendation from the arborist is to replace it with a 24-inch box to support the root growth and to provide the tree an opportunity to set into its new environment. To support that, the sidewalk would be removed on 5 feet on either side of the new tree location. It would be excavated to a depth of 3.5 feet down to be filled with structural soil, 6 inches of clean crushed rock on top of that, and filter fabric, and then a new sidewalk. As part of this approval, there's the tree, and then there's the fees associated with the tree. So the removed tree must be replaced with an equal or cumulative diameter to the trees approved for removal. The removed tree is 4.6 inches in diameter. According to our arborist report, a 24-inch box is approximately 1.6 inches in diameter and costs about $250. So in order to replace the full diameter of the trees would be the one existing tree that's being replaced in the street, and then the value of 2 additional trees. To buy 2 more additional trees is $500, so that would be one fee. And additionally, per the code, they're required to provide the assessed value of the removed tree, which is assessed at $900. So that would be total fees of $1,400. In addition to, sorry about that. In addition to your approval tonight, this also went to the Transportation Committee to look at the loss of 1 parking space associated with the new curb cut. The Transportation Committee felt that it was just returning the site to a previous condition, and that the new curb cut would help facilitate deliveries into the new roll-up door area. And they requested that as part of the conditions of approval, the applicant be required to restripe the parking spaces
between Hollis Street and the new curb cut on 59th, because they're not very clear right now. It's a little bit run down. So staff recommendation is to replace the existing tree 12 feet to the west with the same species, 24-inch box, structural soil consistent with the arborist report, to pay for the fees, the $500 for the 2 additional trees, the $900 value for the existing tree for a $1,400 total, and the conditions of approval also require restriping of on-street parking spaces. So you'll notice that your resolution and conditions of approval are as one today, because these regulations are not in the planning portion of the code, but in the public works portion of the code.
I do have a question. So they would also be replacing all the ground cover vegetation all the way down the block?
Yes. So I skipped past that just because it's a little bit difficult to see.
No, that's just
on this rendering, or on this view here. But yes, you see all those little tiny green dots. Yes. So they have included landscaping plans with this.
Any other questions?
Nope.
And the applicants are also here this evening, Laura Ham and Sebastian Flart, is that correct? Liflart, my apologies, if you have any questions for them as well.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? No? All right, great. Then I will open the public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And I'm just going to ask if anyone has any comments, because I think we might not all have comments on this, so.
The tree that's being moved to the west is it's adjacent to the greenway that's being planted. There's going to be more vegetation and trees, and I think I would just move approval.
I'll second that.
Ready to vote? Okay. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
And Chair Moss.
Aye.
6 ayes, the motion is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Charlie, what is the status of the bike path adjacent to this parcel?
The Greenway? I am told by the Public Works Director that it is under construction.
The paving is in.
And there's potted plants scattered all around, but they just haven't been planted yet.
Wareham is on it.
So the grand opening will be next spring?
Hopefully.
Hold your breath.
So I suggest we move on to the study sessions, and then if we need a brief break between them, we can take one.
And I will be stepping down during these 2 processes.
So that brings us to the Marketplace Redevelopment Project study session. Maru, can we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair Musk, Planning Commissioners. This is a study session on the marketplace. For the past year, this commission has seen about 5 study sessions on different portions of the marketplace. And at the last one, which was a second study session for the park FDP in October, the commission expressed concern about reviewing proposals in different parcels on a piecemeal basis and wished to review the project in its entirety in order to ensure consistency with the approved PTP. So that's why we are here today. So the applicant is modifying the 2008 PUD PDP in 3 ways. There's changes in the mix of uses. It reduces the time for total build-out from 25 years to about 12 years, and it changes the sequence of construction. In terms of change in the mix of use, the residential component is increased marginally by 9 additional units. Office, the original proposal proposal had 120,000 square feet of office space. That has been removed. And the retail has also been reduced by about 99,500 square feet. Just to note, the existing marketplace has about 121,000 square feet of office space already, and in addition to that, it also has about nearly 95,000 square feet of retail space that is existing. So in terms of mix of uses, there is an office component to the marketplace. So this is the approved 2008 marketplace during its phase 1. This building, 64th and Christie, or Essex building, or Emmy building, this is under construction right now, about to be completed in about a few weeks. And in that phase, they also envisaged the building, which was a residential with commercial at the bottom, and which accommodated the pedestrian connection to Shell Mound. In the phase 2 of the approved marketplace, you have the garage building, you have the realignment of the Shell Mound Street, and then you have the removal of the UA theaters and replacement with retail and residential. And in the final phase, you have construction of this street, 63rd, 62nd, and construction of this portion, which included residential and some retail. The proposed build-out today is this. They have sort of relabeled different parcels. So just to acquaint you, this would be the realigned Shell Mound Street. This is parcel A. That includes the pedestrian, the bridge connection. This would be the garage building with bottom ground floor retail. Then you have the parcel C, which would be grocery and residential, and then you have the UAA parcel, which would be residential. And then, of course, you have a small retail kiosk as parcel F. And, of course, the expanded Christie Park. How can one forget that? Okay, so in the proposed phase 1, what they are proposing is the realignment of Shell Mound Street and construction of parcel C. Parcel C contains about 35,500 square feet of retail, of which about 30,000 would be a grocery store at this point. And there would be 75 units which would wrap around this retail space. As compared to the approved PUD, PDP, this portion has a few less units, 75 versus 86. There is more retail. The retail that was envisaged on this site was 5,000. That is being now changed to a larger retail of 35,000. This is a shorter building. This is a 50-foot building, and what they were envisaging was 85. And this is a larger parcel, as you can see, and this is due to the relocation of 63rd Street to the north and Market Drive to the west, both of which result from a smaller footprint of the 64th and Christie building, which was approved by the council about in 2010. In phase 2, we'll see the Christie Park expansion. And compared this with the approved PUD PDP, it is about the same, except it's not a strict rectilinear park as was shown in the PUD PDP plan, but it will kind of taper towards the north end, and the commission is quite familiar with the design of the park. And the park has been designed, as you know, to provide for future expansion on the city-owned parcels to the south. So in the phase 3, and that's the final phase where the project would be built out, and that would see parcel A, parcel B, and parcel F. So in parcel A, which is this building right here, it will contain 185 units, about 15,000 square feet of ground floor retail. In terms of height, and this doesn't quite show it that well, and you will see graphics later on that will show that, the northern end of this building would be 79 feet, and the southern end would be 50 feet. When compared that with the approved PUD, it is less units, 185 versus 206. There is more retail on the ground floor. the grand staircase that was envisioned that would be connecting down to Shell Mound has been brought back, and you will see more graphics of that. The northern height is reduced from 279 feet, and originally I think it was about 175 feet. And the southern portion of the building is same as what was in PUD, which is 50 feet. Phase 3, Parcel B, which is this portion right here. This is seen to be a ground floor retail, and it would be a 4-level parking garage, and the height would be 45 feet. When compared with the approved PUD PDP, there's less retail. There is no office. It's about the same amount of parking, and because there is no office, the height is considerably reduced to 45 feet instead of the 120 feet, which would have accommodated both the parking as well as the office use. Parcel D, that is the UA Theater site. What was approved was for 234 units and a height of 79 feet. Compared to the approved plan, there are slightly more units. The height is reduced to 79 feet as compared to 150 feet. No commercial space is proposed on this site. And the parcel is slightly smaller, again, due to the relocation of 63rd Street, which results from a smaller footprint of the 64th and Christie building. And then you have the small parcel F, which is a kiosk, which they also propose as was approved in the PUD plan. In addition to that, there are certain other streetscape improvements. A new 63rd Street, just right here, between Christie and Shell Mound, is considered now a residential street with units both on the north side of Parcel D and of course the existing building under construction. And then also on the south side, you will have residential in front of the grocery store, and then followed by the park. Market Drive, which is here, will be constructed between the park and Parcel C, and will connect 63rd Street and Shell Mound Street via the plaza area, which we may call 62nd Street as well. There was some additional information that was requested by the Commission in October. This was regarding how the transit and the pedestrian and the bicycle movement would take place on the entire site. You also wanted information on the general circulation and loading for different parcels, and these two will be covered by the applicant in more detail. In addition to that, you wanted information on the city-owned Christie Avenue properties in terms of what would be proposed there, and a study session will be followed after this one. So you will have an opportunity to hear from staff as well as provide comments. So in terms of conformity to the general plan as well as consistency with the approved 2008 PUD PDP, in order to approve any FDP in this proposal, the Commission must make the finding that the proposed FDP substantially conforms to the PDP. We believe that this finding can be made as changes result in development that is smaller in height and in floor area ratio. And the intent of the original approval was to replace all the surface parking lots and create a mixed-use development over 25 years. What is being proposed is a slightly smaller project that does replace all the existing surface parking lots with a marginally greater residential units, 9 more units than what was approved, less retail, no new office, and within a much smaller time frame. So the issues to become considered by the Commission is the fundamental one, which is the conformance with the approved PUD PDP. We request that you give us direction that if this proposal goes forward, you would be able to make this finding for each FDP that comes along your way. And of course, we request any suggestion regarding design of the overall proposed design. So that concludes my presentation. In addition, we just do, it's as an FYI, we have hired Fair and Peers to conduct a traffic report for the entire project, looking at it generally, and as well looking at the individual parcel circulation. They will also peer review Kimley Horn's traffic study, which was submitted by the applicant, to ensure that the change in the configuration of the Shellmount Street and the proposed parking and circulation do not create additional impacts that need to be further mitigated. Also, we will be doing a photo simulation studies of each of the parcel, so you have an idea of how the project looks in 3D, so to speak. So now I do conclude my presentation, and if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask me. And we should also hear from the applicant, who will give you more details regarding the transit and pedestrian bicycle circulation, as well as more details of how the project is going to look like. But I will take any questions at this time if you have any.
Any questions for staff? Thanks, Baru.
You just want to take off from the...
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Steffen, President of City Center Realty Partners. We're pleased to be in front of you once again. As you all know, we've been working with the Commission and the staff for nearly a year on this project, most recently in October in front of you to talk about the park. And as Maru mentioned, at that time there was a desire by the Commission to not just consider the park as a unit, but to look at the whole project as a whole. And there was also some concerns, questions about connectivity and about how the transit would work. We feel that was all a very good suggestion. We heard your concerns both that night and at opportunities we've had to talk further about it. We've worked really hard to address your concerns, and we'll present those through the course of the next several minutes, and we're hopeful that you'll feel that we've made a strong effort to address those concerns. So right now I'd like to ask our architect, Aaron Ashley, to come up and talk to you a little bit about how we feel this is in conformance with the approved PDP, and talk about how we've addressed some of these concerns.
Thanks. It's nice to see you again. In addition to Mark and I, we brought a little more horsepower into the team after seeing you in October, which is Nelson Nygaard. And Jeff Tumlin's here also to speak to transit, traffic, loading issues with a little bit more authority than I can. So we'll look to him on a couple points. You know, we have seen you a lot, and I think some of the confusion that's come out of the process is things happen in different orders. And so we saw you actually a year ago tonight for a study session on the road and the parking garage parcel B in the grocery store. And, you know, the grocery store went away, as many of you know, and then we got sidetracked, and meanwhile, Avalon Bay entered the mix as residential partners, and so you saw a study session from them early last summer, and we were working on the park to try to get that moving, so you saw a study session on that. And so you were quite right to get us back in front of you, focused on the master plan. And so what we'd like to talk today about is the master plan. So if you slice the site just above ground level and think about how the ground floor really functions, and then if you step back and squint at the massing and how does this thing feel? And then what we'd like to do, and we're currently calendared to do so, is come back to you in January at your study session with the detail, the vertical detail, the architecture of each of the parcels. So it'd kind of be a super night of marketplace. But you know, the hope is still to get into the ground as soon as possible, relocating Shellmount and to build a grocery store. There's a grocery store that's been very interested, and they have a timeline that's very quick, and we think they'd be a terrific addition to Emeryville, and so it's just a matter of keeping them warm long enough. Just to kind of step back a little bit, and I don't want to belabor this because we've given you a big package to chew on, and you've seen big packages from us over the last year. But, you know, kind of thinking of the Bayfront neighborhood and how the site really fits into that. And, you know, we all know this, and sometimes I drove through again last week and just to remind myself of all the things going on and all the various employers and you know, the importance of 65th Street and the employers along 65th and the employers down Christie and the great residential that already exists, really the hundreds of residential uses that already exist. And then thinking about the connectivity and all those challenges of getting across the railroad tracks and really moving within and around the public market site. You know, it's really a super block of parking lots. And what we're talking about in red here is really enhancing the connectivity. And if you think about the marketplace as a real market hall and that anyone can walk through it, and you think about the additional measures we're making, whether it's 63rd or 62nd or the Grand Stair, all of this increases connectivity throughout the neighborhood. And so the kind of the big things and the way we've zoned the program, and frankly the way some of the way that PDP anticipated was get retail to a critical mass so the retail is really strong. That's retail, food and beverage, and make it a length that's really meaningful. So around 1,100 feet is really a strong length for retail. Reinforce connections, especially with Amtrak and across the tracks every time we can. Expand residential. There's a great little residential neighborhood. Let's expand that and give it a new heart, which is this park. And so these are kind of the key components of the project. And so what Mark said the first time we were in front of you, and I think what we still really stand by, is that this marketplace and the realigned shell mound as a main street could really be the heart of Emeryville, at least this neighborhood of Emeryville. And there's significant investment in public space to make it the case. So the site today, as a reminder, with Essex nearly complete with their project, significant amount of surface parking, upwards of 1,000 spaces. The UA Theater that had always required more than 800 parking spaces. A roof plan of the proposal we've got in front of you, and I think some of you have seen our little model, but it might help kind of put it all into 3D. But effectively to the south is the residential parcel A with ground floor retail. Parcel B, which is really the parking reservoir for the project with ground floor retail. Parcel C, which is a grocery store wrapped by residential. There's enough structured parking here above the grocery store to supplement the office, but to help our phasing work. And Parcel D is a residential building. And all of those are linked together to the park with a real significant public circulation system. What's kind of critical to the life of the place is really the ground floor. And since we've seen you last and since we've really kind of dug in last, there's a couple of key changes. So the big thing and the big change from today is the connectivity of the retail environment. So this is, you know, just over 1,000 feet from the south end of the site to the grocery store. It really creates, you know, there's ways to loop through it. There's ways to find different ways. There's kind of that sense of discovery. All of that's connected with a meaningful circulation system that's primarily pedestrian across and through the park, so linking folks from one side of Christie into and through the project. You know, again, this is like a European market hall, so most of the day this is public circulation. You know, there was comments from this commission last year that the garage needed to have more articulation, and so you see that in what we're showing today. A big topic of conversation on Parcel A in early October was resurrecting the Grand Stair concept and how that links into a meaningful transit hub, and so that's something we'll talk about today. And lastly was kind of a challenge to define in better terms what these other streets are. So of course, I think Charlie pointed out the last time that this street, 63rd, this street here, what we're calling Market Drive, and this street, 62nd, are all in the general plan as public, you know, public easements over private roads, basically, but it's basically streets. And that this, between Parcel D and Essex, and that this behind the market, were effectively parking lots. But one of the suggestions that our our last, in some conversations, was that this should feel more like a street, so we've made that change. But the biggest change, I think, since you've last seen this, is that 63rd is really this great residential street. So Essex is about to finish a handful of townhouses. We've got this great park and the dog park at the north end. We're showing this residential wrapper of townhouses looking over the park and looking against townhouses. And Avalon has pulled their lobby and their real public faces, bike rooms and other things, to Shellmound. And so the Shellmound is really this great civic street, and it's really connected to the rest of the retail environment because we've pulled this building back. We'll talk about that in a little more detail. Just to kind of walk you through and put some visuals. So again, we're going to speak more in depth about the buildings and their articulation and their architecture and the specific landscape proposals for each of them in January. But as you start at the south end of the project, we've got a handful of renderings, but effectively you're entering a totally different district. And this is the current alignment of Shellmound, and Shellmound about right here keeps going, and so we're proposing that it change directions. Parcel A is a residential building, and this is retail on the ground floor. This is a little retail building, about a 3,500 square foot retail. We're making a point to preserve all these great trees and that lawn that's there. And at the base of this grand stair, we're trying to accommodate transit in a really meaningful way. So we've co-located very generous bus stops. We've looked at a cycle track approach to how transit would be handled, and I'll let Jeff talk a little bit more about that. And we've made a provision for a future bike share. So what does this look like? If you're standing in front of the Hyatt at Shellmound Way intersection, you get a sense of the Parcel F restaurant. There's Urban Outfitters in the background. If you stand in the Hyatt's parking lot or pull out of their porte cochere, you'll see the new cafe at the south corner of Parcel A, and a residential building is a placeholder of what that would look like above. Improvements to the marketplace. And I just kind of want to invite Jeff up here to talk a little bit more specifically on a couple of slides here about how we envision the transit solution.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Tumlin. I'm a transportation planner and owner at Nelson Nygaard. We're a transportation planning firm that got its start, actually, in transit system planning. So we were brought onto this project to help really integrate both transit as well as walking and biking into this project, while at the same time accommodating the needs of automobiles. And so we had some specific recommendations for changes. One of those changes was to acknowledge, as will be shown later, this grand staircase here that connects directly to the pedestrian overpass over the railroad tracks, to the Emeryville Amtrak station, and to all the buses and other services that are available just on the other side of the tracks. Consulting the EBOT study and the AC Transit comprehensive operations analysis, we realized that most of the buses and potential future streetcars in this corridor are running north-south, and they're going through. To a certain degree, there are some buses that are turning around, but those buses are wanting to turn around further to the north, either at 64th Street or probably even better yet, 65th, given the amount of density that exists further to the north. So we recognize that the real opportunity for creating the primary transit hub for this part of Emeryville was actually right at the bottom of this grand stair, on Shellmound itself, connecting directly to the Amtrak station, but also then tied in with a multimodal transit hub that could be fitted into the garage for car share spaces, for bike repair, for bike share, and for other programs to help people who live, who work, who are shopping here find ways of getting around other than in a private automobile. Now, at the same time, we wanted to create a bus hub in both directions. So you'll see a main bus bulb out right there in the northbound direction, and another one over here in the southbound direction. We're expecting a fair amount of transit service here. We also want to make sure that Shellmound actually becomes a better bike street as well. So the other thing that you see in green are the improved bike facilities. And you can see that they're actually being routed backside of the bus bulb out. So the buses would stop in the traffic lane at the bulb out. They'd, board their passengers, take off, 7-9 seconds delay or so. bikes that were coming up behind the bus, rather than waiting for the bus to continue or trying to merge around the outside of the buses, could instead continue along the right-hand side of the buses while waiting bus passengers are on this island here, 6 to 8 foot platform. Those then continue, they transition into being standard, either standard bike lanes or buffered bike lanes, the rest of the shell mount corridor. So we recognize that there are some trade-offs inherent in this configuration for transit. Having buses stop in the traffic lane will mean a few seconds of additional delay for motor vehicles that will have to wait for the bus to continue before the motor vehicles move through. This will, result in a few additional seconds of motor vehicle delay, but we believe that it will result in a significant improvement in person delay. Because currently, if we're looking at automobile level of service, your current standards assume that a bus is equal to a car, or a person on board a 40-passenger bus is valued at 1/40th the value of a person driving alone in a car. By allowing the buses to stop in traffic and offload their passengers, you significantly reduce bus delay, and you also improve safety by not forcing those buses to merge back into traffic. So that is a fairly strong recommendation that we have, and at the same time, in order to ensure that cyclists are provided with an advantage, that they be allowed this bypass lane outside of the bus bulb out. Below you see some pictures of similar facilities. Those photos are all from Portland, Oregon. These are the same as what San Francisco is currently planning for Market Street improvements. And of course, there's an image of bike share station up in the upper right.
And then just to put that into context, so since you've seen us, we've lowered the massing of the southern half of the building to be consistent with the PDP at 50 feet. The northern half is significantly lower than the 14-story building that's proposed. There's a series of versions of this, and so this is today's version. But in January, we'd like to come back to you. Regardless of the actual articulation, it's a generous, I want to say this is on the order of 10 to 15, 18 feet wide at least. There's an elevator. There's a really significant corridor. You can see the existing bridge here coming across in a public area, down a sidewalk.
So are you now thinking that's open to the top? Because on these, it's showing the parking lot all the way across.
That's a drawing error. This is open to the top, okay. Yeah. Sorry, so yeah, this is the podium. And there's parking below the podium on both sides, sorry. And then it lands at the northbound bus stop. We're trying to find the right amount of space on the west half of the street, so we've moved the mid-block crosswalk to actually mid-block of the building, or the block, and then the southbound bus stop is here at the stoplight. Continuing up, Shell Mound. So again, this becomes the realignment of Shell Mound on this view here. Pete's Coffee today is here, the office tower is here. This is the same garage that we looked at a year ago with you all, with updates that have been made. It kind of just worked through the details. We've mentioned before the renovation of the marketplace that's underway. Another view. As you come outside of the marketplace, so if you're standing literally in front of Pete's Coffee and look across the street, this would be the view to the garage and the stair elevator up into the garage with a cafe on that southern corner. If you were in a drone looking down on Pete's and the pizza place, you would see this realigned Shell Mound, so there's still cafe seating in front of the restaurants. There's a loading zone for the marketplace, 6-foot Class 2 bike lane, 11-foot travel ways in each direction, another bike lane, and a really generous sidewalk. So, at the piers, so at the least wide part of the sidewalk, it's 10 feet. At the storefront, it's 12 feet. And at the bulb outs, which are significant, it's 18 feet. So it's on the order of a very public sidewalk. And then again, there's a small plaza at the entrance to the garage that's more like 38 feet. We took a lot of cues from the Shell Mound design guidelines throughout the project, but just to kind of highlight one area is how we've handled parking. So this is the guidelines on the left-hand side, which envision bulb outs tree and LID bulb outs and parking between them, so that's what we're showing. The number of on-street parking spots has been significantly reduced since we've seen you before, because as we've worked through biofiltration and other things with the Public Works folks, this is kind of where we've ended up. But we think the promise of a handful of on-street parking spaces is really meaningful for the retail to be viable. So the idea of kind of what it would look like driving up Shell Mound, just as you make the turn, so that's the parking garage there above the retail. This is at the very north end of the parking garage, another cafe. So we've tried to anchor the corners of the buildings with cafes, and you kind of get a feel for the width and height of the retail. And then at the north end of Shell Mound is at Banks again, where we're looking at the grocery store really anchoring the view as you come north, and really terminating the retail, but certainly not terminating the importance of Shell Mound, because we continue that commitment to sidewalks and streetscape. But what that does create is this great residential street, 63rd, and you can see the townhouses here on these two facades of Parcel D. With the public rooms, this would be the lobby and leasing offices here, really taking that kind of prominent position on Shell Mound. And then a series of townhouses on Parcel C. Effectively, this is sort of an L-shaped building hugging a grocery store building. So it's kind of two buildings in one with a shared parking deck above the grocery store. And the idea, this is early, but just to kind of give you a sense of scale, this is the grocery building. And again, the grocery would occupy the bottom floors, and there'd be parking above with a circulation spine. If you're walking out of the marketplace into the alley and you see the upfixed existing fitness building and where the billiards hall used to be, and then the anticipated future state of the marketplace tower, and then this building would terminate the end with shop fronts. We're looking at kind of a restaurant component of the grocery store being there. And then this great residential street. So this is if you're standing on 63rd Street, and I'm standing on the sidewalk of Parcel D, and I'm looking at this new residential wrapper around the back side of the grocery store with the park in the distance, and you can see PPP in the distance. So really, again, kind of that great residential address for a townhouse with flats above. A big question is, how do you load a grocery store? So we've looked at how to load a grocery store from every side, and really where we've come to is that we believe we can manage the grocery store arrivals at the right time of day, and that because it's a lease and it's not kind of what happens at Berkeley Bowl or other places that we know around town, we think we can really maintain that, and certainly the landlord does. And that, again, sort of what's the easiest, most benign thing for the residents of the neighborhood today and the future residents, and that's to use Shell Mound and not have the beep, beep, beep of trucks in great little residential streets. And so being able to come south on Shell Mound from the Ashby exit, back in, again, at very limited times a day, into a gated, covered delivery and trash area, and then to pull out and leave. And we think we've provided, ample space. It's more than 2 truck bays to accommodate all of that. It's 27 feet in height, and so we've been able to contain this in a way that we think is fine, without really curtailing any of that connectivity, because we still have these 15-foot sidewalks with landscaping buffering that side of the building, and we've been able to sort of relate this service function to the rail tracks and not impoverish any of the other elevations.
I just want to add quickly that the key component here is controlling when the deliveries are made. We have experience with other projects where we do just that and limit the deliveries so as not to impact the rest of the community, and we want to do that here. And I think that Avalon Bay has also had that experience on their project in San Francisco, so it can be done to a very acceptable manner for everybody in the community.
And the last piece is the park, which we'd like to come back to you for a final hearing in the new year. But effectively, having heard your suggestions over the last several months, we've eliminated a couple of the mounds and created a much straighter connection across, and eliminated some planting here to really pull the plaza and pull that great hardscape all the way down and through. And so this is all flush paving, and the cars actually have to go up and over. So we think that's really a strong connection. In terms of phasing, I just want to kind of, it's slightly different than Maru said, but basically it's the same. So the idea is we'd like to get going first on the road relocation, and that really makes a lot of other things possible. And we'd like to be able to do that concurrent to the grocery store, because really getting the grocery store in is that thing that really is the catalyst for a lot of the improvements here. But leave the residential wrapper for a couple of years, because we'd like to be able to use the parking, the surplus parking on top of the grocery store to allow us to phase in the rest of the garage over time. So effectively, we just need to create some parking to buy us the time to get the garage in place to get it all to work. We'd then like to get the park going, and really, we want to get the park finished before any of the residential buildings open.
Wait, can you go back and explain? I wasn't real clear on the grocery store again. How the phasing would work with the parking and everything.
So the grocery store sits on a site with about 300 parking spots, and the grocery store itself requires about 100 parking spots. And so what we're proposing is to put about 300 parking spots above the grocery store. And ultimately, some of those would be assigned to the residential building, some of those would be assigned to the grocery store, and some of those would be assigned to the office building that already exists. But what we want to do is use that reservoir of parking to help us phase in the eventual parking garage on parcel B. So we need to create some structured parking to build more structured parking.
I see. So when the wraparound residential was built, that wouldn't have any parking in it. It would rely on the parking that was already on top of the grocery store.
Correct. And all the floors are matched so that you can park and walk right in. It also lets us use some of that gray L there as surface parking for the interim. Again, it's just, as you guys all know, we're chasing our tail on cars for a while until we can get ahead of it.
Erin, just for clarification, you would be bringing the design of both the grocery store and the residential together, correct?
Yes. So we want to show you it all. We want to have it all approved as an FTP. We'd like to build it in 2 phases.
Okay.
So Christie Park, and then finally, we've kind of done this as sort of 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, but effectively to deliver in really short order the balance of the site. So just kind of a view of what this looks like if you're looking to the west, and parcel A on the left, the garage in the middle, parcel C, parcel D, and the Essex building under construction. So it's a height consistent and a little higher than the Essex building is now, but it's really it's still very much a high density urban place. And then you'd really challenged us to come back to you with some clarity on how this compares to the PDP, and so we'll just spend a few minutes and then wrap up and turn it over to you for questions. But effectively, the PDP came out of a very different market, and it envisioned a couple of key things that one thing in particular we can't stomach at the moment, which is a 100,000 foot, effectively big box store on what is now we're calling parcel D. We just don't see the market for that. So what instead we'd like to do is come up with a mix of smaller footprint, non-chain types of users, and again, catalyze that, have a catalytic user like a grocery store, but obviously much smaller than that 100,000 foot user. The other thing is just finding that the office market isn't there today, and even the existing tower is a little challenged to be effectively leased. So we think all the things we're doing are going to make that office tower a really great address, but at the moment it's office is a little challenged in Emeryville. In terms of the big changes from the PDP to now, the first was the City Council's approval of a shorter Essex building, which really kind of threw everything into a loop. So that shifted 63rd Street north. It made parcel D smaller. Consequently, it made parcel C a bit bigger. It changed the dimensions of the park, we think, to deliver an equivalent area. And then we thought that, again, the market today in Emeryville for office and for high-rise type 1 construction just isn't there. It's off by a market cycle or 2 market cycles. So looking at a way to deliver high-quality walkable urbanism without those 2 components. Put into graphical 3D terms. So the upper image is the approved PDP. Here was that proposed 14-story tower. Here was a proposed office building. There was also a tower on top and kind of surrounding that 100,000 foot retail user. And then what we're showing below, so yes, parcel C is somewhat larger, but it's really a balance of the math of shrinking these two parcels. Again, what we're labeling here number 2 and what we have down here as number 1 are both 50 feet. So the PDP was very explicit. If I go back, written on top of this was a 50-foot building, and that's what Avalon's come back with as their revision on parcel A. Seen from, again, a kind of a drone hovering above the terraces across the railroad tracks. So the approved PDP on the top and what we're proposing below. Again, we've broken up the massing from behind, and we've significantly reduced the height of a couple of these pieces. What does that mean for you and me walking down the street? I think that the above approved PDP was going to cast some pretty significant shadows and be a very built place. And this lower version of what we're proposing today, really, understanding that we've got a very generous retail floor of upwards of 15, 18, 22 feet, really makes for a very walkable, comfortable Shellman. I brought a lot of other things which you've already chewed on, so I don't want to kind of belabor that, but we can refer to them if you have questions, and we have some other alternatives too if there's other questions, but I just kind of want to leave it at that. Thanks. And then a couple of you seen this, but we have a little 3D model of what we're proposing here.
All right, are there any questions for the applicant?
The original project got the initial stages of a LEED Platinum for neighborhood, didn't it? Or,
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Are you pursuing that?
How do we say?
Yeah, we're in stages, yes. We're going to pursue that. I mean, right now we're working on the master plan, but that's part of our concept is to continue to be able to maintain that LEED designation.
I had a question, and just for the record, I have an older set of plans in my packet. They're dated November 10th, so I don't know if anyone else has November 10th drawings, but looking around, looks like December 2nd is the correct set?
Yeah.
Okay. I have November 10th drawings. So if I ask a question that doesn't make sense, that might be the reason why I have an outdated set of plans. So the question I have is about the transit kiosk. You talked a lot about the locating that transit hub where you have the bus stop and you have all those great things going on there. But in my plans, the transit kiosk is shown on parcel B, I believe. Or actually it's on, let me make sure. Yeah, it's shown on parcel B, and so I was wondering if what went into the decision to locate that there, and would it make sense to move it to parcel A where you have the transit hub?
Yeah, I think we've been trying to respond to different opinions. We had the opportunity to meet with a handful of the commissioners, and we had the opportunity to meet with staff a number of times, and and then obviously with some folks like Jeff who have a lot of great opinions. And so co-locating with the Amtrak, and again, I think the plans you saw were more related to when the stairs landed at the north end of parcel A.
Okay.
And so as the grand stair kind of came back to the middle, we brought the energy of the transit hub back to the middle.
Okay, but is the transit kiosk also located where the grand staircase, or is it proposed to be located there?
Yes. Although there are still a number of transit provisions that were foreseen in the parking garage on parcel B, like car share,
right,
prioritized carpool parking, and other things that are sort of better kept in the garage. But things like bike share, when it comes to Emeryville, we envision being right here next to the transit hub.
Okay, thanks. That's the only question I had.
I have a question for Jeff. Could the whole length of the bike lane be buffered? Could the parked cars? Is there any reason the parked cars couldn't be moved to outboard of the bike lane to buffer it from the traffic?
Well, yes and no. So we could have separated parking protected cycle tracks. What it requires, though, is an additional 3-foot buffer between the parked car and the bike facility. So it would add about 6 feet to the overall width of the street, which would either mean pushing the buildings farther apart or narrowing the sidewalk. So what we attempted to do here was to kind of split the difference by having the cycle track go behind only the bus bulbs, so that you don't need the additional space for the right side car door opening, which is what is necessary behind a parked car.
How is the door zone any different than this situation? I mean, in this situation, you have the passenger door opening under the bike lane rather than the driver door, is that?
Correct, yeah. We wanted to stay within keeping of the National Association of City Transportation Officials Urban Street Design Guide, which both for cyclist safety, but also for disabled passenger loading and for stuff loading, likes to keep there to be a zone between the bike facility and the car of about 3 feet.
Okay.
It also then provides a little bit more flexibility in case there's debris in the bike lane, that the cyclist can maneuver around into that sort of pedestrian buffer zone.
That's true, yeah.
Yep.
I want to point out one thing, too. Two things. One, also cognizant of that, that's why we have a 6-foot wide bike lane, so it provides some maneuverability around the cars. We also looked at the possibility of widening the street. Part of the problem is, as you get to where the parking garage B is, we've got about 120 feet of depth, and that lays out perfectly for 2 parking rows. If we move widen the street and narrow that construction, we can't get 2 rows, so the height of that parcel B gets almost double in height, and it makes it a very much different street. More shadows and such. So that's why we chose to go the route that we did.
Any other questions? Thank you. So I think what I would like to do, I will open the public comment. And then for our comments, I think what I would like to do is we can all give our comments, and then at the end, I'll invite the applicant back up. They've asked if they could come up at the end and just make sure that they understand all of our comments and ask any questions and respond to anything. So I think we'll do that. So, yes,
Chair Moss, when you make your comments, each commissioner would just go through all of their comments, right? Not issue by issue.
Right. So we'll just go down the row and just try to hit everything, and then we'll try to make sure we have some sort of consensus at the end. So we'll go ahead and open the public comment. If there is anyone who would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm a resident of the Terraces, and I also have a little show and tell. So, this is the...
You need to use a microphone. You can use the portable.
You can on the table. One too.
Yeah, and you can also use the overhead. Okay.
So what I have in front of you is the 2008, which the Terraces supports, and you can remove this one, which is what we would like to see, and a proposed 2014 and their new design. And you can see the difference between what's going on. And I also have
Can you hold the mic up, please?
yes, I also have a demonstration right on. So the residents of the Terraces appreciate development and knows it's coming to Emeryville. We welcome the future of the new development. However, the Terraces are looking for a balanced and would be glad to schedule and host the developers to come and meet with us to come up with a win-win solution. But we would like to say that before the final decision is made, that we make a request for independent CEQA requiring view shed, noise cancelling, and traffic. I need to get back to my little, can somebody close that off for me? So is that the Emeryville? How do I go forward or backwards?
Just
okay.
use.
Okay. So this is also some of our views, visual affecting or building, and just what we see from the bridge of Emeryville, and considering what's going in and what was proposed in 2008. And it's quite self-explanatory. So you just can take a look at it with a 3D rendering of the buildings. Today, this is what we have. You can look at what was approved in 2008 and what we have today. You see the terraces with the view of the Emeryville Marina and the Golden Gate Bridge. The draft of 2004 versus today. Block views from the wind tunnel. Approval, 28. The preserved view. With the new building designed for 2014, that is gone. And you can see it in real time, real life.
Okay.
And that's it. So we'd really like to consider what that new building is going to do to the terraces, and not only that, the overall vision for Emeryville. Thank you.
If you could sign in, thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Parisa Paimani. I have been practicing chiropractic in the city of Emeryville since June 2000, and I'm also a resident at the terraces since February of 2003 to the present time. I would really like to stay here and continue working in the city of Emeryville, as well as to live here. And I'm at the terrace at the southwest corner, which is just about an unobstructed view of the city and the Berkeley Marina. And the proposed project at the Lot A would tremendously affect my view, the value of my property, and I came to this table just a few months ago and really encouraged the developer to pay attention to our needs and our meat, and make every arrangement possible, like the original developer did, to build a building that is kind of like juxtaposed to us at a much lower level, so it doesn't obstruct our view, and the residential area can be a little bit higher. But as Lori pointed out, the original proposal is I had done the shadow study, and actually the architect came to my unit personally and made a lot of effort to please a lot of us. And I would really like to see the same thing again, rather than keep coming over here and just seeing the same monstrosity on the same lot. Just kind of like work with us and try to build something that doesn't damage the investment we made to the Emeryville and the view, because just like them, we would like to enjoy the area as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chair Moss. Stephen Keller, Pacific Park Plaza. First, I want to thank City Center for putting together this comprehensive review of the public market, the PUD and the PDP. This helps us all see the overall vision of the project and how it is considerably smaller in scale, lower in impacts of the neighborhood, and sooner to come to fruition than the 2008 PUD. I'm very grateful for the detailed transit demand management plan. And with the plan, there are too many components to discuss in my limited time, so here are just a few of my comments on the TDM's strengths and weaknesses. On the downside, I feel it's heavily dependent on carpool and vanpool, and I don't know how many travelers actually use this mode compared with others. I particularly don't like this idea that the buses stop in the travel lane on Shell Mound to board and offboard the passengers, but I guess we're looking at these as traffic calming devices to discourage drive-through traffic on their way to I-80. But on the upside, I do like the new cycle tracks sections that avoid bus conflicts, as those are serious conflicts for bikers. I like that there are specific parking locations for employees, though I don't know how that's going to be enforced. I love the position of the transportation corridor as a job transportation coordinator as a job position. I've always thought this would be helpful to have a knowledgeable transit person available to answer questions. The question is will they work on weekends? And I do like the idea of them providing information packets. I thank you for providing the space for the bike share in Emeryville, because hopefully it is going to be coming. And a couple suggestions I have are make all signage related to biking the standard issue green and white colored signage. Don't use blue and white, as BART has begun to do, and now you're confusing handicapped issues with biking issues. Something not related to the TDM is a big thank you for preserving the view sheds for the terraces. I don't understand how a 50-foot structure in the original plan and a 50-foot structure in this plan is in conflict, and so I'm kind of confused with what the residents were saying. But last but not least, I want to thank the city staff for their tables in the staff report. They made this comparing the PUD or the 2008 PUD to this one fast and easy. So thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. But before we discuss, I do want to invite the applicant up again real briefly to respond to something or to ask a question. So it's my understanding, based on your presentation, that the proposed revised parcel A is in some places the same height and in some places shorter than the approved PUD. Is that correct?
Yeah, it almost to the exact footprint. Yeah. So the just get you to a page so you see in the PDP. So our understanding is that this 50-foot H set the height limit for if you take the direct line south of the Amtrak bridge. So, and then 175 feet north. And so, again, that same line, this piece is 50 feet. This piece is, I forget, 85 feet, 79 feet, something like that.
And what was shown in the PUD was much higher than that, right?
175, yeah. So yes, this now represents the massing from the PDP.
Erin, it may be useful if you clarify that the study session that we had on parcel A a few months ago showed something different, and I think that's what the residents are responding to, that you have actually changed that, so you may want to clarify that.
Yeah, I was sort of figuring that her model, that's actually a really good reflection of what we had in the October 2nd study session, is now, we've listened and we've gone a different way, and I'm pretty sure as part of the application for parcel A, that team is going to meet with the terraces folks as well. So that's forthcoming.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, wait, while you're up there, I hear what you're saying, and I just want to. It was something I noticed when I was looking through your packet on some of these massing renderings of like G040, G041. They all do appear to show the southern portion of parcel A smaller than the proposed new.
We noticed that.
And I just was wondering why.
We screwed up. Sorry. So in CAD, this is 50 feet and this is 50 feet, but when we took a 2008 drawing and we put it up in SketchUp, we made this one marginally taller.
Okay.
On accident. As measured, it's the same.
Feet. Okay. Yeah. Just want to check. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, then with that, we'll take this back for comments. Commissioner Gunkel, do you want to get us started?
Sure. So yeah, overall, I feel like it's a lot of improvements over what we've seen, and I really thank you guys for putting the extra effort into engaging all of us on this sort of more general level before we get into the individual buildings. So I only really have a couple comments. One is I like the transit center at the base of the grand stair, but at the same time, it seems odd to have the pedestrian walk then offset significantly from the grand stair. It seems like there should be a pedestrian crosswalk at the base of the grand stair over to the plaza in front of the existing public market. And I don't know how to make that work with the bus stops, et cetera, but I'm sure there's a way. And the only other, I know we've talked before about parcel D. I really like the fact that we've now, you know, how we've shifted it, how you've gotten the lobby located at a sort of, you know, really making Shell Mound more of a corridor with that sort of more visual connection over to the lobby area of parcel D. And I like the townhouses along 63rd. I think when we were talking about that, parking lane, what you're labeling between the Essex building and parcel D previously as sort of, you know, trying to connect through, I mean, at that time the conversation was about connecting that through to the existing parking lane behind the public market. And now that we're not, I mean, you're not really proposing to do that. And I like the townhouses wrapping around the grocery store, and I like the retail at the corner of the grocery store engaging the park. But I guess what I'm getting at is that parking lane, you've now got between parcel D and the Essex building, you've now got townhouses facing a parking lane that has a garage on the opposite side of it. And so I'm starting to wonder, does it make more sense to pull the townhouses over to 64th Street, and if you need an opening to the garage, put that in that parking lane area? And, you know, I guess other than that, it's really just I guess I have some concerns about the phasing. You know, I guess my biggest worry would be that the grocery store goes in and then nothing else goes in for quite a while, and basically we're left with the public market with a grocery store at the end of it, and a park that isn't getting the infusion of all the people moving into the area that all these residential portions could residential components can provide. And so I want to make sure that, you know, I understand the need for the phasing. It's just be nice to know what the timelines or estimated timelines are for the phasing and how long we have to wait between phases. But other than that, yeah, those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, so overall, I'd like to thank the staff for preparing the report. It's very comprehensive. I think you've done a great job of making a side-by-side comparison in this report between the 2008 and the 2014 plans much more easy to follow. I also would like to thank the applicant for being open to revisiting this plan as a whole, and to Commissioner Gunkel for bringing that up initially, and the rest of the commissioners for supporting him in that. I think as a result, we have a much better plan ahead and a much better project, and just want to recognize the applicant for being open to that, because I realize that takes considerable time and resources to do that. As far as my comments, I mentioned the transit kiosk, parcel A. Parcel C
issue would be the relocation of potentially relocating that access easement. We would have to work with the ownership of the property, of the public market property, in order to do that, and it would shift the development maximums among the various parcels if we shifted around their size. Our next steps are to compile comments from the Planning Commission on the potential development opportunities, make a presentation to the Council in February. We would develop the draft request for proposals mid-next year, probably at the earliest. As I mentioned, the properties are occupied by our Public Works Department. They will probably be occupied by them for a minimum of 12 months as the remediation process is fairly lengthy in terms of the approval and then the actual implementation of that remediation. And based upon ultimately direction from the council, the city will issue one or more requests for proposals. Again, and that's based on whether or not we want to go with a single developer for all the sites, or a development or individual RFPs to break that up. So the direction that I'm seeking tonight is these couple elements, which is the extent to which Christie Avenue Park should be expanded, any design considerations to ensure compatibility with the existing and future development in the area. Should we include the affordable housing on these properties or relocate it to another city-owned parcel? Should we do a single mixed-use project with affordable housing spread throughout the site? Or should the affordable housing be a separate, singular project? If you did have a single developer, you could, of course, have an affordable, the main developer could have an affordable housing partner, but really it's the idea of, is the affordable housing integrated into a mixed income property, or is it a singular project? Are there any appropriate non-residential uses? And given the great development potential with the existing zoning, how large a project actually should be developed? And are there any circulation, transportation, or parking issues? With that, I'm open for questions or ready for comments, either way.
So is the alley that runs along the back of the marketplace, is that a public street or is that private property?
No, that's private. Oops, that's private property as well.
So that would have to be negotiated.
So there's no access to the properties from that?
Not at this time. They would have to be negotiated. I believe there's a fence that actually runs.
59th Street is private too?
Yes, yes.
But the easement exists?
Yes, yes. And, as you can see, there's no sidewalk, curb, and gutter there now, so I presume when we have it redeveloped, if the easement was there or even if it was relocated, we would improve it such that it would appear to be a city street.
If this were developed as a condominium, could you use those affordable units as part of the condominium?
Yes, there are affordable below market rate units.
And that would qualify?
Yes.
And, okay. Because we were trying to get condominiums here, and the problem with condominiums is you have to have 20% of the units affordable. But if we plugged in the ones we have to have, would that handle that part of it?
Yes.
When the 5890 and 5900 Christie properties were purchased with general fund money, what was sort of the thinking or rationale at that time? I mean, it's just a lot of money to obligate without, a sort of a plan for it.
Well, the purchase of those properties was actually a little convoluted. They were actually originally in negotiations to be purchased by the agency, and the agency did perceive as, we had acquired 6150 Christie already, and so the idea was we were assembling them as a development site in conjunction with 6150 when the agency was still around, and as that occurred, the dissolution started to come down, and we didn't want to lose the development opportunity. And so rather than losing the opportunity to acquire the properties, the city went through and completed the transaction using general funds. It was a little more complicated than that, but that's sort of the
That makes so much more sense. That's the piece of information I was missing. Thank you. So it is just about 11:30. Do somebody want to make a motion to extend should we go to 11:45?
Enough time?
What's that?
Let's make it enough time.
Sounds like
I'm sort of asking you guys, do you think we can do it in 15 minutes?
Yeah, I make a motion that we extend to 11:45.
I'll second
max.
All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Is that without objection?
Yes. All right, so with that, if there's no other questions for Michelle, I think we will open the public comment. Thank you for waiting so long.
My name is John Jackson. I'm a resident at Pacific Park Plaza. I have some comments which I'll make that have been distributed in written form to staff for distribution, along with additional information that has previously been given to City Council over the past few months. At its meeting on October the 7th, 2014, all 5 City Council members, including the 3 remaining incumbents, expressed their support for ultimate expansion of Christie Park southwards into the adjacent city-owned properties. Nora Davis was the first member of the council to speak in strong support. All the others followed with additional comments. Ms. Davis expressed the view that this expansion should occur after the current redesign of Christie Park, but that the Planning Commission should see that the redesign is done in such a way that future integration of additional properties can be done cost effectively. She also added the caveat that all such projects would be contingent upon passage of measures U and V on the November ballot so that funding would be available. These measures were passed by the electorate. And the newly elected council members have also expressed their support for this expansion. At the October 7th meeting, I addressed a question to City Attorney Michael Biddle regarding transferring affordable housing requirement for property immediately adjacent to Christie Park to some other land in the city. This was the first time in a public meeting I've ever heard a final articulation that, in fact, this can be done legally, and the city may use all the land it owns south of the park for expansion of Christie Park if it so chooses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Commission. Again, this is Stephen Keller. I'll hopefully make this very brief. Since you all received this by email, I just wanted to make it a little bit more public comment on it. And the first thing I would like to say is that I believe at this time it's the city's responsibility to intermix our affordable housing, that we no longer put these people in isolated islands of their own, but that we make them an integral part of our community. And so that when we do any development for affordable housing, we intermix that with everyone else in our community. And I support some sort of affordable housing in this neighborhood. The top plan shows a rudimentary idea of an expanded Christie Park to the north, what the marketplace is going to do. To the south, I showing taking a part of that parcel at the 6100, 6150, and then taking an additional part and wrapping it along the street. Several years ago, former Commissioner John Sherman and I suggested making Christie Avenue more of a green street and bringing more parkland all the way down the street rather than just in encapsulated little areas. This still leaves 2 parcels of good size for development. I believe that we could still go either way with 1 or more developers. In this illustration, I also show that we actually moved the easement. I believe it's an integral part, but we move it in to line up with the existing entrance of the public market so that it is visibility from the street and you see right into the public market. And then that makes the other parcel now more large for development. And there you could see a hotel built on that parcel or anything of that size. The street would also allow access for parking, as you could see coming off the street and then going into both parcels there. And then the parcels can somehow come onto the street. And then quickly, I'll just show you a couple ideas that I had for possible buildings on the site. So on the new smaller parcel, you could put something here, which would then face both the Green Street and the new park. You could do something along these lines, of course, pulled back farther from the street, where you could have ground floor workspace and then higher development. And this is a development in Oakland, right along the estuary, showing a green street or access and development along there. So I think we have a good opportunity to look at things a little differently, that we don't just look at continually making square park, square park, square park, but we stretch that out and get more bang for our buck. And that way more of the community gets more greenery. And as I said in the email, all this buildings along that street are right up to the curb. This will give us a chance to pull those buildings off the curb and give us a little bit more breathing space on that street. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we'll close the public comment, and we'll
go to our comments. Buzz, you want to start?
Well, I would certainly agree that we should expand the park onto the 6150 Christie site. As far as the other two goes, we haven't seen any new condominiums in Emeryville because of the affordable housing requirement. But this is a unique situation where we have to put affordable units in, and it wouldn't penalize the development as a whole, and it gets a little more stable group of people living here, and particularly if they're 2 or 3 bedroom units, the park would fit in nicely with a family. So I would encourage something in that direction.
I agree. I think that the park should be expanded. I'm not sure exactly how much. It depends on how you program it, because as the Mr. Jackson's letter said, there's going to be a lot more people living in this area, and there isn't a lot of any extra park space there. So I think that there needs to be a larger park. I would like to see it developed as one integrated piece with the affordable housing mixed in. I think, as Buzz said, it's a good opportunity that we don't have very often to really get ownership housing there, and I think that it could be quite dense. Christie is designated as a green street, I believe, so having more greenery on it is great. What else? Non-residential uses. I think that with it backing up to the marketplace and all that, I think the residential uses would be fine there, especially if it is an opportunity to have ownership housing, because most of what's going up around it is going to be rental housing. So that just to get a better balance of ownership housing in town is a really something I think we should try to do, and that's what I have to say.
Chair Moss, just one point of clarification. The MUR zone for parcels of over 1 acre does require a mix of uses, one of which is supposed to be residential. If the developer can convince the Planning Commission that a mix of uses is not feasible, then a single use can be permitted, which is what you have discussed for the Nady site, as you may recall. But just to remind you that the MUR zone for sites of over 1 acre is supposed to have a mix of uses, according to the zoning.
I agree with both commissioners' comments. I definitely am in favor of having the park expansion, especially given the constraints of the existing site that was abandoned and the structural issues. I just think it's just going to be cost prohibitive for a developer to try to deal with that situation if those if the foundation is not adequate. And as far as Commissioner Cardoza and Commissioner Donaldson were expressing with regard to ownership, I think that this is really a unique opportunity to encourage ownership below market rate units. I think it's really important to have a balance, and home ownership is very life-changing and very transformative, and I think to give that opportunity in terms of affordable housing is really important. So those are my comments.
I do also want to say I think that moving the easement over to line up with the entry to the marketplace is a really good idea, because it's one more east-west pedestrian connection that would be really important.
And I too encourage the Green Street and really looking at developing the park in a different way than we have in the past. I really think that's really refreshing and could really make whatever gets developed there just really tie in very well, instead of having just all these buildings just abut to the street. So I just wanted to support that comment that I heard earlier.
Yeah, and I second pretty much all the comments that I've heard, and Citizen Keller's recommendations as well. I think that we should expand the park some. I don't think that we should I think these are valuable sites for housing, especially with the opportunity for condos and affordable housing. And so I don't think that we should be taking up, even the majority of 6150 for park, but using a portion of it. And I like the idea of the Green Street, especially if we really have it as an active Green Street and not sort of just like a landscape berm or buffer. And then I think it's important to have townhouses with porches or, that actually engage the park, utilizing that opportunity and ideally making those affordable units, because I think most developers would want to make those the market rate units, and I think that'd be really nice. I don't see this as a great site for retail on Christie necessarily. It might be a nice opportunity for a sort of a single anchor type destination. A movie theater was mentioned, or a mini movie theater. I don't know. In the things, I don't know if that's really something that's feasible, but something of that nature, like a little, like a El Cerrito theater, like speakeasy kind of thing, or something like that, that actually, just sort of also gives an identity to the entire thing. And I do think that this could be, it might be good to put this out as an entire thing as a PUD, to open up opportunities just to think about the entire thing as a whole instead of piecemealing it. I think that the market rate and affordable units should be intermixed throughout the entire development. It would be nice to see the PUD or the RFP maybe require at least 2 architects involved to, if we're worried about the fine-grained design, maybe that's a way to at least get some of the fine-grained design while at the same time not having, sort of segregated affordable versus market rate housing.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what the other commissioners have said. Yeah, as far as the park expansion, I support the park expansion. As to sort of what extent, I think the diagram that Mr. Keller showed us, I think that is about, I thought that was a good sort of balance of expanding the park and providing land for other development. I think I must have missed the part of the presentation that talked about the tenure of housing, because it seems like people are focusing on the opportunity for ownership housing. I think if it is ownership housing, that's great. I think affordable ownership units are great, but I think in that scenario, it absolutely should be intermixed with market rate units. I think if we were looking at rental units, then management of sort of all of the units becomes more of an issue, and I think it becomes more challenging to intermix them. And in that scenario, I might support separate projects, but if they're ownership, then I think they should definitely be intermixed. I would really like to see not retail, but I really would like to see and as staff said, the zoning requires a mix of uses for sites of this size, and I would really like to see some interesting other uses than residential. So I think it would be really great in the RFP to lead, to encourage or lead those who are going to submit a proposal to partner with other organizations and entities as part of their proposal, to sort of see who can bring on, the most exciting use and the most exciting tenant right off the bat, because I think that, could be a really interesting opportunity and could really, inform what proposal is selected. So I think that's all of my comments. Does anybody have anything else?
Within the time.
Yeah, we did.
Well, just one thought. Obviously, to me, the ideal location to be loading the parking would be from that alley between this and the public market. And so to figure out some kind of an arrangement with the public market team, especially, at this point in time when there's a lot of flexibility and potential leverage in both directions, seems like the thing to do.
Any thoughts on a potential hotel?
I think that's an interesting idea, for one. Especially in conjunction with affordable housing and an expanded park.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we have enough hotels. We need more permanent residents.
So it sounds like mixed feelings.
It's mixed, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can go up to 100 feet, can't we? So we could put luxury
Right.
hotel on top of the
Yeah.
condominiums or something.
Like the Continental.
Or other way around.
Mhm.
So does staff feel they have good direction on this? Is there anything else you need us to opine on?
No,
All right.
that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got 10 seconds.
All right, well, then we'll move on to commissioner comments. Does anybody have anything? No? All right, great. Then we'll adjourn the meeting.
Wow.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
5 on the dot. I mean, 11:45.